share market. We will stab him in the money market.
From rags to riches to the dollars.
तेरी धन राशि पे शनि बहुत भारी है भाई।
जब जेब में मनी हो ना तो कुंडली में।
Creativity lies in all of us. It's what makes us human. It starts with an idea, the desire to create, to solve, to play, to share, to interact. Together we can build new worlds. The freedom to create for all.
I feel like I've given everything I can, but there's just no connection. We've lost that spark, and to be honest, I'm fed up. I've told you where I want to go, what I want to do, but it's like you're not even listening to me. I'm sick of waiting around while you try to figure out who I am and what I want. I'm Natalie. I'm 32 years old. I like going out, running, trying the latest tech. You should know this by now. I just want things to be easy, for you to get me. And sometimes I want you to make some suggestions, to do something that surprises me, that shows me you know me. I feel like you're not connecting the dots, like you're not seeing the link between all the different things that make me, me. I know it's not always easy to make the perfect connection, but if others could do it, why can't we? Now's the time for us to reconnect.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 2 of the 9th edition of MMA Impact India 2020. I, Ravin Kundu, along with MMA, would like to thank everyone present out here for being with us today. To start with, I would like to thank all our partners and sponsors for making this possible. Presenting sponsor InMovie and Sony Live, program and streaming partner Unreal Engine, masterclass partner Google, corporate partners Ad Colony and Oracle. Today is the second day of the event, and before going into the first session of the day, I would quickly like to tell you something interesting about the features of our platform that you can leverage throughout the day. There is a chat window on the right side of your screen. Feel free to post your comments and thoughts about the sessions. You can also send in your questions privately to our speakers, and we will have them answered for you post the session. Do participate in the polls and the quizzes that we will be announcing from time to time. Your thoughts are very valuable to us. Feel free to share your reactions through emoticons on the bottom right of your screen. For the best viewer experience, please make sure that all the other apps on your laptop are not running right now, because we need the bandwidth for this browser. So with that, of course, plug in your earphones and enjoy the first MMA Impact India virtual event that we present for you. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, the theme is Shape the Future of Modern Marketing, and that's exactly what we are hoping to do. I would like to invite Mr. Prashant Kumar, MMA India Co-Chair and Chief Executive Officer, Group M South Asia, to open the day for us and share his thoughts with everyone present. Over to Mr. Prashant.
A very warm welcome to all of you to this year's MMA Impact virtual event. It is designed specifically to help marketers enhance and build their modern marketing capabilities, which is an integral part of our theme this year, which is Shape the Future of Modern Marketing. The marketing and advertising industry has been experiencing changes in the past few years, but this pandemic is accelerating many evolutions across consumer behavior. These are times when technology advances quickly and changes the attributes of consumers daily. Innovation across the web, cell phones, social media, extraordinary influence and affect modern marketing. We know tech assists organizations with developing the business and also learn about their customers. As we all know, we have been witnessing many changes which are shaping into new and rapidly changing practices. The increased consumption of internet on mobile is creating increased attention to consumer attention to digital and mobile media. While being associated with the internet through computers was a significant shift, the increased outreach of smartphones have empowered a much more dramatic shift. Consumers are connected to the internet at any time and from anywhere on their smartphones, and we all agree that mobile phones play a significant role in our day-to-day lives. Each advertiser is beginning to see technology and content as a significant factor with regards to advancement and development to help brands reach as well as engage with their audience. This forum by MMA is our effort to bring to you some of the key topics that we see relevant and shaping to the future of modern marketing. As you know, MMA is a body which represents the entire ecosystem, including marketers, publishers, agencies, and tech enablers. To bring in and apply best learning, we believe each one continues to play in building and shaping our industry. There are many areas as a body where efforts as councils that goes into shaping the critical areas of focus. Some of the key ones include Creative Council, which works extensively in building guidelines and best practices for effective short format advertising content. The other one is Media Effectiveness Council, the council that works extensively to enable POV on cross-media reach and effectiveness of mobile versus other media and assess the impact of new media on business outcomes. The third one, which is Brand Safety Council. Here, we work extensively on enabling best practices, standards, and guidelines for brand marketing and performance marketing by driving compliance at various levels in the ecosystem among stakeholders to deter ad fraud. We also have Mart Council, and over here the newly formed council seeks to create leadership and evangelism for marketers to better understand the dynamically evolving nature of media, modern marketing in the advertising space. Voice and Audio Council is the other council, where a huge untapped opportunity to connect with new target audiences that may not have been possible before due to barriers created by education, exposure, language, and connectivity. These are some of the key councils from the MMA perspective, where everyone actually puts efforts and shape the industry accordingly. As brand builders and advertisers, it is important to change our mindset and think a step ahead about the needs of the consumers. It is important to observe trends at the same time discuss the changes. This includes how to use data correctly to engage with consumers and how is the marketing changing in everyday scenario. With a changing phase of content, creativity, and communication, marketers can empower brands and help them in understanding their consumers with the help of digital and data revolution. At this moment, a big thanks. I would like to call out a huge and Executive Director, Beauty and Personal Care, Hindustan Unilever Limited, as well as D. Shiv Kumar, Chair Emeritus, MMA India, and Group Media, Group Executive President, Corporate Strategy and Business Development, Aditya Birla Group, for all the guidance and the help to the journey of the leading practices and the effort in MMA, as well as getting this event done. And a huge call out to all my colleagues and local council members on the board of MMA India in making this happen. And a special thanks to Priya Nair, our chairperson, MMA.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar, for sharing the vision of the board at MMA India. Let's now roll with our first session of the day, which is Game Engines for the Next Gen Agency in partnership with Unreal, for which I would like to welcome Mr. John Buzzell, Unreal Engine Licensing Americas, and Mr. Sameer Peetwala, Business Director, India and Southeast Asia, to come on the stage, please.
Hi, I'm Sameer Pittalwala, and I'm super thrilled to invite you to this exciting session of Game Engines for Next Gen Agencies. With me is John Buzzell, who's the head of Unreal Engine's licensing for the Americas. And today we're going to talk about how this incredible new technology is changing a variety of industries, including the landscape for creative agencies. Before I start, it may make sense to give you a quick background on Epic Games. Founded by Tim Sweeney 29 years ago, it's been known over the years for making games. However, what Epic is known for within software developers as well as the developer community is for its Unreal Engine. Unreal Engine today powers some of the world's biggest games. And to see what are the kind of things that you can create with it, I'm going to let the next video speak for itself.
Creativity lies in all of us. It's what makes us human. It starts with an idea, desire to create, to solve, to play, to share, to interact. Together we can build new worlds. The freedom to create for all.
That's a great video that showcases the amazing capabilities that Unreal Engine provides every creator with. Incredibly, the same technology that powers PUBG and Fortnite is something that you could use to give your imagination the flight that it can take without any boundaries. To tell you more about how Unreal Engine is being used by some of the world's best creative directors as well as film directors, I will let John Bazell, my colleague, take it from here.
Thanks, Samir. Hey, everybody, I'm John Bazell. I'm the Americas lead for business development for Unreal Engine, and I also look after all the agency relationships around the world. I'm very pleased to be with you here today and to really start to share the excitement around real-time engines as well as Unreal Engine itself. So Samir was talking about what a great tool Unreal Engine is to get your creativity out into the world. And it's not just a fantastic tool for creativity, it makes a lot of great logistical sense as well. Using Unreal Engine, you can save money across projects, you can work smarter and faster, you're able to run smaller teams, you're able to really unleash your creativity by bringing your thoughts forward very quickly and iteratively along with your clients. Of course, you can collaborate remotely, which is super important right now while we're all on lockdown. And then lastly, your audience gets a broader and deeper engagement with interactive 3D, where they can push on things besides buttons, they can change the environment, they can get things just the way they want them. And all of those things work together to make a really powerful tool with Unreal Engine. So let's go and look at some of the examples that are happening around the world with Unreal Engine. People are using this across an array of industries, everything from architecture and games to automotive, broadcast, live events, training and simulation, manufacturing and advertising. There's really so much you can do with Unreal Engine, from just prototyping a creative idea all the way through to figuring out final design. So let's start off in the world of film and television. You know, Unreal Engine is used widely across more than 120 different film and TV projects starting since about 2016. This happens from pre-visualization all the way through to final pixel. And to start it off, let's look at an example from the world of Star Wars with the exciting show, The Mandalorian.
Part of what's been fun about collaborating on The Mandalorian with Lucasfilm and Disney is that we have been able to see through a few technical innovations and a few firsts that I think are going to have a lot of impact on the way television and movies are made moving forward. In partnership with ILM and Epic, we have put together a system whereby which we can have game engine real-time render and video wall technology coming together to create a backdrop for the big, beautiful world of Star Wars.
The volume is 21 feet tall, it's 75 feet in diameter, run by 7 machines, pumping the visuals onto the screen that's being created in pre-production and can be on screen within 24 hours of being final.
It's incredibly impressive when you first walk out there because it completely surrounds your peripheral vision. And you really quickly forget that you're indoors and you're not out on some planet's surface. It feels like a real three-dimensional environment surrounding you because it is a three-dimensional environment.
You can allow your key creatives to all make decisions together so that the shots are captured entirely in camera, which allows for a better performance.
And what was so exciting about this is by bringing those people together, things started to click. And we started to realize, well, let's not just do green screen and interactive light. If we're going to design the whole set and game engine ahead of time, maybe we can have some in-camera effects.
Everything in the volume is designed to both light the actors and to be a background that we can directly photograph. So you end up with real-time final pixels in camera.
If you look at visual effects heavy films, you've got a film set and then it's going to go to post and it's going to get the world put in. Here we're considering all of that at the same time. And how do we create a background and foreground that live together on the volume harmoniously?
When we started to play with the idea of using Unreal Engine for virtual production, that's one of the things that Richard and John started to embrace, is that you've got this very dynamic world where you can have randomization of things and find the happy accident that gives you the perfect shot. Being able to see the actors point at things and see what they're looking at was pretty transformative. It gave everybody context, with the added benefit that if you want to move a mountain from there to there, you can do it instantly.
You could switch between the Iceland location to the desert location, all within the same day of shooting.
The ability to shoot a 10-hour dawn is extraordinary. To shoot any sequence where you say, oh, this world's not quite right, let's just move it a little bit. Extraordinary number of benefits and advantages for shooting in that environment. It's mind-blowing what that tool is.
What you see is really what you get. And that's something that really means a lot to filmmakers, especially those who have worked with a more traditional approach in the past.
Shots of character in a vehicle traveling through a complex environment. It's always very difficult to do believably on stage. LED screens are a wonderful solution to that problem, because what you're doing is you're taking this technique of image-based lighting that we've been using in computer graphics for years, and use it to light a subject.
And then we would do shoots where we would texture map real lit surfaces onto our game engine Geo. And so the camera can move anywhere. We would do interiors, like Werner Herzog's office. And then you started doing things like building sets into it, having half a spaceship with reflective surfaces. And so it became exciting because by the end of the season, it was like, let's start designing sets around what this could do well.
Just like the good old days.
With Star Wars, we're building on a rich legacy of innovation, and getting to partner with Jon Favreau to make his ambitious vision a reality, it's really a game changer for filmmaking.
Gosh, that was so exciting. I hope you all enjoy Star Wars Mandalorian as much as we do here. It's really amazing to see the way that they're using the effects, not only for prototyping and pre-visualization, but also for getting those amazing in-camera visual effects. It's really a powerful tool. So let's talk a little bit more about pre-visualization. Here you'll see on Game of Thrones what the group The Third Floor was able to do to help HBO make this award-winning series.
Game of Thrones began as a small support effort to do previs on select scenes that were going to be extra complicated in the earlier seasons.
On the show, we had so many vendors. We had multiple VFX vendors. We had multiple units shooting. There were so many people that needed to come together and do little parts of the show or this exact shot that we found that through previs, we could inform them. And we used that as a blueprint. That they would need to do their job and to be confident that it's exactly what the production wanted.
Season over season, there was higher and higher expectations. But it really started crescendoing around the time of Battle of the Bastards.
The scope of that scene was something that you would see in a Hollywood production. So how could we keep improving on the formula we needed new tools and new approaches.
So going into season 8, we created a new tool set in the Unreal Engine to allow the filmmakers to explore those scenes and environments and stage the scene themselves.
We knew that we were going to be building all these big, beautiful sets, but they wouldn't be ready in time. So we deployed 2 people to Belfast really early on, just with the art department, building these virtual sets in Unreal. Once we did a little bit of it, everybody got hooked. Just every single major set piece that was not going to be ready went through Unreal and got scouted. Visualization, you always have to pull off these massive like fight sequences or stadiums, and with Unreal, we find it's incredibly easy to do them, and you don't have a performance hit. You just populate these vast worlds again at the click of a button. This experience that we had on Thrones gave us the confidence to adopt Unreal fully across the company.
For me, this is about turning directors loose on a new tool set. They can create whatever they can imagine. And then that creation isn't thought of as just the pre-production. It really is the foundation that gets upgraded and has a real effect on set, and then that data becomes the final image.
The collaboration aspect of it, that early ideation that happens in pre-production, that you don't really get that much of in post. With such a small, intimate team, it's something special. It's special to be part of.
I hope you all enjoyed that video about the third floor working on Game of Thrones. Next, let's turn from film and TV to the world of architecture, engineering, and construction. Here we're seeing global architecture firm HOK use the real-time rendering capability of Unreal Engine to realize and collaborate around retail spaces, outdoor office parks, and more. Unreal Engine gives architects amazing capabilities to visualize their ideas with clients and iteratively across projects to make sure that changes don't get lost and ideas are tested quickly. So now you're beginning to see the power of Unreal Engine for architecture, engineering, and construction. It's an extremely professional tool that allows you, with tight tolerances, to get your idea out in front of your clients with a minimum amount of effort. But of course, sometimes you need to get your ideas out faster or spread the work across a larger group of the team, which may not be as creative or technical as others. That's why we created Twinmotion, a new tool from Epic Games that allows unparalleled ease of use for you to get your ideas in front of your customers. Let's take a look. So now you're seeing it's easier than ever before to not only use the power of Unreal Engine, but have the simplicity and ease of use of Twinmotion. Of course, at agencies, we're required to do all sorts of different things for a variety of clients, whether it's building things up or sometimes even tearing them down. Here we're going to see a simulation from the company Kula of what it's like to be in the thick of a powerful storm. Here we're seeing the immense destructive power of our chaos physics engine. Using the power of real-time rendering, you can create whatever's in your mind's eye, and of course you can tear it down too. And now for an exciting example from the world of competitive racing. This TV commercial was produced by The Mill with help from Epic Games, Sky Sports, and Formula One. What an exciting example. I bet you could see how Unreal Engine's real-time capabilities really put you in the driver's seat without taking you out of the action. Now let's move on to something a little bit more familiar. Here we'll see Untold Studios helping Nissan produce real-time rendered TV commercials for their new auto.
Untold Studios is an independent creative studio and community. We're here to disrupt the status quo. But as this is about getting back to basics, it's about high-rate talent with great culture and deploying innovative technology.
This was the first time we'd used Unreal as a real-time rendering solution. On Nissan, we basically ran to our traditional non-real-time rendering and an Unreal approach. We were able to really directly compare and contrast the performances, the pros and cons of the two methods. The traditional approach is working it through camera. You know, the world is not 360, it's just what's in front of the lens. In Unreal, suddenly you're not thinking in that way, it's a different mindset, it's a world, it's 360. The really exciting aspect of working with Unreal for me is the immediacy of it. So as a director, effectively, it was as if I was shooting the car. You have all of that creativity, and the closer you can get to it being like real filmmaking, the better. When CG filmmaking becomes akin to real filmmaking, that's when things become really exciting.
When working in Unreal with Unreal environments, you are able to work in a way that's more akin to traditional on-set environments. So, you know, you're able to, in real time, move lights, move flags to block lights, move set dressing around to really suit your needs and get instantaneous feedback on that action.
The differences between what we could achieve in real time in Unreal and what was taking 2 hours a frame via traditional methods were very, very small. That's when really the boundaries between production and post-production blur.
When buying a car, you can engage with it in two ways. You can go online, configure your own car, or you can go into a showroom. Those worlds have traditionally been very separate. Now with Unreal, we're able to bring those worlds together and generate a configurable, personalized advert.
If I'm Nissan now, looking at this, I'm looking at the quality of the running footage. I'm seeing interchangeable CG cars, environments that are interchangeable. I'm looking at this as the way of the future.
Of course, not every project you do is going to be a television commercial. Sometimes you need to capture the audience's attention with an interactive experience. Here we're seeing an amazing and engaging interactive configurator from Audi. It allows consumers to choose from a dizzying array of options to personalize the car of their dreams. Of course, all of it is rendered in realistic detail at 60 frames a second. Let's move on to a different type of configurator. From the world of apparel, Puma has allowed customers to begin personalizing their shoes with an amazing array of options. It allows them to change colorways, features, styles, all within the power of one engaging interactive experience. You're seeing here how real-time rendering allows the customer to imagine the exact appearance of the shoe from any angle and across different settings. I wouldn't blame you if your imagination was running wild at this point. Unreal Engine offers unparalleled freedom for creativity across any object you can imagine. If you can model it, you can light and animate it in real time with Unreal Engine. Imagine what you could do for your clients' projects, working with smaller teams, with less time, with higher quality and a greater degree of consistency. Product shoots are an amazing place to use Unreal Engine. At its core, advertising is about storytelling, and storytelling is about characters. Here we're seeing a collaboration between the People for Ethical Treatment of Animals and the German agency Modern, using Unreal Engine's creative flexibility, realistic real-time rendering, and powerful interactive development that brings us eye to eye with animals that are in our lives, but we may never meet. Sometimes the stories we get to tell are lighthearted and fun. Here we're seeing a collaboration between Cricket Wireless and the studio PsyOp to bring their characters to life. Let's take a look.
Cricket Wireless is one of our big clients, and we've had a very long-standing relationship with them. They wanted to take their characters a little bit further. The best way that we saw was to take the character into real time.
We've always loved working with
with Cricut because they're so unique. They have all these great animated characters, and throughout the years, it's really evolved. And with Cricut, we've always just been trying to push the envelope of what technology we can be using. And so we took one of our character models, brought it into Unreal, and were able to very quickly create a demo of having the character moving around, talking in real time. And we ended up doing a Skype call with the agency, having the character on the phone, and that was able to help sell through the promise of having these characters interact with people in real time.
Word got out about this video conference, so the ideas just exploded from there.
Hello. Hi.
The first project was Santa Monica Mall experience. These characters were interacting with these bystanders in real time. Unreal was for sure the best option for it because everything plugged into it so nicely. We're using a lot of different hardware to make this work. We had the XN suits for the body capture, faceware for the facial capture, and I was amazed that after a couple of days, we were able to instantly have all of that feeding in real time, ready to go without any major problems.
We decided to use Unreal Engine because of the fast turnaround times, the easy methodology of prototyping stuff. We were able to harness blueprints and kind of get something on screen as quickly as possible. It also allows people that are coming from a more artistic background to dive in and kind of get their hands dirty.
And then the main agency with Cricut Wireless was ready to go, and there was a much larger campaign which has sort of a movie Hollywood angle to it. So they thought, what better way to extend that than to do a press junket? And we got Mario Lopez, who's the master of asking celebrities questions.
Let's officially welcome.
Moving from the Santa Monica experience over to the live stream was a huge hurdle. The main things being it was live.
Everything is running through mocap, so we have live performers having to hit their mark. We had fur, we had cloth, just multiple systems all working together.
I couldn't believe how much adrenaline I had during that live recording, and then just to see that everything worked better than any of our rehearsals was a great sign of relief for everyone.
I love what I'm seeing coming. Real time is where it's at.
Our clients have been coming to us more and more wanting so many different forms of storytelling, longer form, web series, TV shows. It was finally when we started using Unreal, it clicked for me that we could be able to do that stuff very quickly and satisfy our clients in a way that we wouldn't have usually been able to using a traditional animation pipeline.
We know we can push this engine, and we know all the plugins and the other vendors and partners are supporting Unreal. So there's really nothing we can't do.
At agencies, we're constantly collaborating with our clients, and we share a creative vision. Using Unreal Engine, we don't have to wait on traditional tools that might take hours or days to render. We can push an idea forward together and see if it's working in real time. Next, we'll watch a video from The Mill and Monster.com showing how they collaborated and puppeteered their character to get the motions just right.
For Monster.com, we started with a really traditional VFX job.
So it's a comedy spot. It's beautifully told, rendered by our team, and I think they probably spent 8 weeks on crafting and making this wonderful thing. After the success of that spot, the agency came back to us and said they needed 30 social media animated 15-second spots turned around in a breakneck amount of time. I think it was 3 weeks or something like that.
What do you do with that? We thought about it really hard, and we realized there was no way to go down a traditional route. There's just no.
The solution was a puppet that allows us to drive a rig in real time in Unreal.
What we use is this Leap motion device. It's an input for all your finger motions. We applied these inputs to control a virtual puppet.
Yeah, we pitched it to them, and they were blown away by the capabilities of what we were able to do. So in 2.5 weeks, we buckled down and built the system and took the CG asset from the TVC and the hair groom from the TVC and poured it over to Unreal. When we come back in for the actual shoot or the recording session, we had a VTR that would record the output straight from Unreal. Everything that you typically do finish, we did in real time as a sort of a post-film, post-camera effect in there. Then we had our agency and clients all in the room with us, And the creative director would be, okay, well, I like that, but what if he did this? And it gives notes on animation in real time. Well, as fast as they could say it, we then would make these adjustments and reperform the next take. The entire animation pipeline was happening in that span of just a few minutes. It was fun. It was the best way to describe it. It was joy to make that happen.
These days, agencies are called upon to do any number of different types of execution for their clients, whether it be physical structures, interactive experiences, beautiful short films, or even group experiences. Next up, let's look at an example from Childish Gambino and Weta Studios that worked together to create an amazing concert using Unreal Engine. Here we're seeing how 2N and Weta Studios worked together to create an amazing projected dome during the concert for hundreds of people. It really helped Childish Gambino bring his creative vision to life, where the audience was immersed physically in an experience that brought them into the heart of every moment. By now you've seen a wealth of examples of how Unreal Engine can bring amazing creative possibilities to your projects. Working across clients, agencies are required to do a number of different types of visualizations and effects, and Unreal Engine can be a great tool for that, where you have the creative flexibility to explore every idea, the high quality to deliver the best for your clients, and the consistency to do it again and again. Now that you've seen Unreal Engine work its way across numbers of industries and types of projects, let's take a moment to consider all of the output formats from one Unreal Engine project file. You can use it for everything from still images and linear video output to virtual production, as we saw in The Mandalorian, interactive experiences like we saw from Audi, immersive experiences like the one we saw from PETA, and augmented reality and mixed reality experiences as well. Investing in Unreal Engine allows you to output for any format and take your project to the next level. It's easy to get started. We provide online learning, virtual training for any aspect of the engine, online events, and specific industry guides that can help you go deeper on your next technical project. And best of all, Unreal Engine is free. That's right, free. So not only do you save time, get better output and creative collaboration, but you can use Unreal Engine at no cost to you. Isn't that great? Now, I'm going to hand it back over to my colleague, Samir.
Thank you, John. While Unreal Engine is free to use, we are making it even sweeter for you to give your imagination the tools it deserves. The Epic Mega Grant allows you to fund the projects that you find closest to your heart and which also push the engine to its maximum capabilities. The fund is already live in India and we are actively looking for projects and have already funded quite a few. So if you are keen to apply for the Epic Mega Grant, feel free to get in touch with me. We are also making it very easy for you to learn Unreal Engine. If you'd like a self-paced course, feel free to go to the link in front of you and start learning from the basics to really advanced skills on Unreal Engine. If you are representing your agency and you would like to do an agency-wide training, feel free to get in touch with me and I'll be happy to help. Every day we are amazed at what creators are doing using Unreal Engine. And thank you for taking out the time to see and witness what we at Epic are doing. We look forward to welcoming you to the Unreal community.
Thank you so much, Samir. Once again, I would like to request you to come back on the screen and we would love to do a question and answer session with you. There are certain questions the audiences has asked us. So it'll be really nice if you can come back and we can get those questions answered by you. So we'll have Samir joining in a bit. Since I have some time on my hands, I would really like to thank everyone present out here for giving us their valuable time. And of course, I would like to thank Thank you so much, Samir. Once again, I would like to invite you back on the stage for a small Q&A session. We have some questions that are asked by our audiences, and I would be really happy if you can join me on the screen back again so that we can answer those. Samir, thank you so much and welcome once again. All right, so I'll request you to unmute yourself, Samir, before we dive into it. Real quick, I'll start with the first question, Samir. What are the most popular uses of Unreal Engine for agencies? Is the first question that I have for you.
I mean, we are seeing a lot of use cases across automotive as well as food packaging and close-up shots. We have had Puma work with us to do sort of the ability to create an asset in 3D and then reuse it for as many times as they want across a variety of media. So I think what John also highlighted was a good example of being able to kind of use and create an asset once and then be able to use it across still images, in audio video productions, or even in VR and gaming. So what we are seeing is agencies are building it once in Unreal and then scaling it across a variety of use cases, including product packaging as well as merchandise.
All right. With that, another question that I have for you is, what skills are required to use Unreal?
I mean, generally, good 3D artistry skills are something which we suggest you use. If you're a 3D artist, it becomes life is a lot easier. So anyone who's got experience in 3D Max or Maya or any other DCC or digital content creation tools like those will have a fairly easy task getting to understand Unreal. And we have a lot of training available so that they can be midwifed into it easily.
All right. Another one that I have on the screen is, how much do we have to pay for Unreal?
Unreal is free. That's the good part. Is it's absolutely free to use. We encourage you to just visit unrealengine.com and download it and use it on your machine.
Wow, that's great. Moving on, how much importance is the storyboard and art department in this process?
The art department is super important, and so is the storyboard is as important as it can. But honestly, once you build a scene out in Unreal, your storyboard, you don't have to be limited by it, because your storyboard normally dictates what the procedure or the shot selection would be. The great part about doing something in Unreal is that if you change your mind, not a problem. It's all virtual, so you can change stuff inside of the environments very quickly. The art department is super important, because without that, stylistically, you will have no direction to go for, and they continue to be so. But we recommend that the art department begins to look at the concept of virtual art departments, where the entire props as well as the entire art direction can happen completely virtually, and that I think will help them a lot in being able to reduce costs, but also be able to give them a far larger palette creatively to work with.
Talking about art direction, in this whole process, the final call will be taken by the art director, or will the technical person takes the final call, Samir?
I think it's nothing to do with the final call. It's about how do you know, the great part about something like this is that it all depends on how you run your creative organization. So there's no easy answer to that. What it does help with is that it brings the teams together like never before, because it's not a linear process. So you're all sitting together and working on it, and the scenes are changing right there in front of you. So the beautiful part about this is that you tend to be working very collaboratively across the board. While art would always kind of be, depending on the kind of organization that you run, would be at the heart of it. There is a great amount of collaboration to getting, amazing things done with the various departments, because Unreal allows you to work collaboratively and not linearly. So it's a lot more agile in the sense that your entire team would be available hands-on and be working together and see the changes in real time in front of you, which is very unique.
I'm sure that changes the whole dynamics of how the process is done, because you have your whole team working on the single point, and then a lot of creative inputs come in. All right, with that, I think I have the next question ready. Is there SOP we need to understand while working similar to traditional shooting?
Yeah, I mean, there is a SOP. I mean, if you're looking at it in shooting it during COVID times, but to be honest, it really comes down to what do you want to do. If you are trying to do a full-blown animation, then there's a separate pipeline for that. If you're trying to do virtual production, which is what you saw on Mandalorian, then there's a different pipeline for that. So it really comes down to defining your own SOP and borrowing from a lot of the work that's been done. We do have people in-house who advise on sort of going, and there's, in fact, in India, a growing number of companies which are specializing either in an animation or whether in live action or virtual production. And depending on your needs, an SOP, they would create one with you.
So I'm sure the audiences who had these questions, they've been answered. If, as I said earlier, if you have any other questions, you can connect with us. The chat box right over there. Thank you so much, Samir, for being so kind and joining us back again.
Thank you for having me here.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, so that was Samir Pitalwala for you. With this, we'll move on to the next.
As technology changes, one truth remains.
All right, so with this, we'll move on to the next session, and this slight change of plans here. We'll have Mr. Brian Weiser coming in later on. Right now, we are shifting up to the panel discussion that we have for you, and I'll straight away dive into it. To know the insights of impact of mobile in the industry, mobile marketing
Changes, one truth remains. Consumers want their brand communications and experiences to be meaningful and relevant. At InMobi, we understand that driving real connections is easier said than done. Our mobile intelligence and technology platforms provide brands the opportunity to connect with their consumers at every mobile moment of truth. InMobi, driving real connections.
Early 90s, the old heroes were gone and the new ones were yet to rise.
घर में भी लोकल ट्रेन वाली फीलिंग आती है। चल ऐसे ही चलता ना, थोड़े दिन में धक्का मुक्की भी चालू हो जाएगी।
आम आदमी पहली बार अपनी किस्मत को मार्केट के जरिए बदलने में लगा था।
शेयर मार्केट वाली बात को लेकर मैं सीरियस हूँ।
पैसा तो बनेगा भाई, लेकिन बहुत रिस्की है।
रिस्क है तो रिस्क है। आपका ट्रेडिंग अकाउंट चालू करने का टाइम आ गया। और ये नौकरी? मैं यहाँ नौकरी करने थोड़ी आया हूँ। देख, मैं हिस्ट्री बनाना चाहता हूँ। इसमें मुझे जो भी फायदा हो, सही हिसाब का।
हर्षद शेयर मार्केट को अपनी दुनिया बनाने में लगा था, और धीरे धीरे उसकी ये दुनिया बड़ी होने लगी थी।
अब दौड़ना भागना नहीं है, सीधा छलांग लगा। बस लाला, तो आराम से सांस ले ले, हवा का रुख बदलने वाला।
ये हर जॉबर और ब्रोकर को बता दो कि अभी अपना टाइम चल रहा है। मेहताना राजमा मार्केट मजा। हर्षद मेहता लाइन क्रॉस कर रहा है। इस बार मेहता मरेगा। You kill him in the share market. We will stab him in the money market.
From rags to riches to the dogs.
तेरी धनराशि पे शनि बहुत भारी है भाई।
जब जेब में मनी हो ना, तो कुंडली में शनि में से कोई फर्क नहीं। ये मेरी एस्ट्रोलॉजी।
Creativity lies in all of us. It's what makes us human. It starts with an idea, the desire to create, to solve, to play, to share, to interact. Together we can build new worlds. Freedom to create for all.
I feel like I've given everything I can, but there's just no connection. We've lost that spark. And to be honest, I'm fed up. I've told you where I want to go, what I want to do, but it's like you're not even listening to me. I'm sick of waiting around while you try to figure out who I am and what I want. I'm an athlete. I'm 32 years old. I like going out, running, trying the latest tech. You should know this by now. I just want things to be easy for you to get me. And sometimes I want you to make some suggestions, to do something that surprises me, that shows me you know me. I feel like you're not connecting the dots, but you're not seeing the link between all the different things that make me, me. I know it's not always easy to make the perfect connection, but if others can do it, why can't we? Now's the time for us to reconnect.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back and thank you so much for joining in once again. Let me quickly welcome you if you're just joining in right now. This is MMA Impact India 2020. Shape the future of modern marketing is what we're trying to do here. I would like to thank all our partners and sponsors for making this edition possible, even though we are doing virtually, but absolutely excited to connect with you once again. Presenting partners InMobi and Sony Live, thank you so much for all your undying support. Masterclass partner Google, program and streaming partner Unreal Engine, corporate partners Oracle and Ad Colony. And of course, I would like to thank everyone who's connected with us today. So before we bring you the next sessions that we have planned for you, and we've got some phenomenal speakers coming in a couple of minutes on this very screen, I have some questions that I would really like to know from you all. So what's going to happen is some questions will pop up on your screen. That's the pop-up quiz that we've been talking about. Please go ahead and use the fastest fingers first that you can. Click the option that you like, and that's how we will take this forward. So the first poll question that I have is on the screen of yours. What most drives innovation in your view is the question that you can see on your screen. I have some options here. A workplace that encourages collaboration and teamwork. I think that's a solid one. And of course, alignment about your organization's core values, proactive sharing, best practices, lessons learned, transparency and information, decision-making, senior leadership that walks the talk. I think this is a tough one to select the best out of, but go ahead and like whichever you think is the right one for you. We will have another question popping up on your screen, and it should be on your screen anytime soon now. Hand on heart, are you wearing PJs right now? Now that's the pandemic COVID situation. You are absolutely. I see some of you are wearing it. Never 100% yes. Business on top, PJs on the bottom. All right. I literally took them off a minute ago. Well, that would be really psychic if you got that right, isn't it? So please go ahead and click the option that you think is the right one for you. And we'll move on to the next question once most of you have answered this one. So the next question should appear on your screens anytime soon now. Which technology trend will have the greatest impact on our industry in the next year? Now, this is an interesting one. Internet of Things and smart home tech, augmented reality and virtual reality, machine learning, automation, humanized big data. Now, all of them are really interesting, and you've had some speakers talk about a couple of things as well yesterday, and we'll have a lot of other speakers coming in and talking about it. Okay, I have another question on the screen. This one is, what is the situation going to be like in the next 6 months? So Nostradamus alert out here. Worse than now, stay the same, better than now. I think we are all hoping for it to get better than now and be able to do MMA Impact India 2021 the way we've already done for a couple of years, I think 9 years in a row, live with you, sharing the space, and not virtually like we're doing right now, but tough times make tough men, and tough men make good times. So I think we're doing exactly what we can do the best in this situation. Moving on, I think we can have another question pop up on your screen any second now. And you know what to do, right? Go ahead and click on the option that you like the most out of those. So I have a really interesting question that I can see in my list here. Which superpower would you like to have? And the options are even more interesting than the question itself. Mind reading, invisibility, teleportation, flying, immortality, telepathy, shape-shifting. I already have a superpower is the 8th option. And I see a lot of you clicking that one. So if you go ahead and click, you already have a superpower. You might want to share with us later on what those superpowers are, so that we can probably use them for the benefit of all, and be able to engage other people as well with your superpower, right? Moving on, I think we'll have another question pop up on your screen. Make sure that you click on the option as quickly as possible. We'll be really happy if all of you participate in this. So the next question that might be appearing on your screens any second now. What's the strangest thing you did while attending a meeting online? Now this is interesting. Ate food? All right. That happens on news channels nowadays, so I think that's perfectly fine, isn't it? Wore pajamas, cooked lunch or dinner, brushed my teeth, watched Netflix, exercised. Others, but my lips are sealed. All right, so we are back again with our pre-planned sessions for you all. Now, this is a slight change here. Mr. Weiser will be coming on later. It's time we go into the panel discussion to know the insights on impact of the mobile in the industry, mobile marketing, and its type of techniques. Insights on mobile budgets and effectiveness in the industry. We proceed to unveil our state industry report, which is brought to you by Sony Live. And as we share the highlights of the report, we look forward to seeing the point of view from our panelists. Let me quickly welcome the panel on the screen. Ms. Amy Roger, Managing Editor, Research and Ranking, WARC. Along with her, I have Anurita Chopra, Area Marketing Lead, Oral Health, Media Digital Insights and Analytics, Indian Subcontinent for GSK Consumer Healthcare. I also have Indranil Chakravarti, Head Studio Next, Sony Pictures Entertainment, as the moderator for the session. And of course, we have Monica Khurana, Country Head MMA India, on stage joining us as well. Over to you. Okay, I think we have some connectivity issue out here. Let me quickly welcome the panel once again on the stage so that we can go ahead with the session. I have Amy Roger, Anurita Chopra, Indranil Chakravarti, and Monica Khurana for the panel discussion. Indranil, I'll hand over the screen to you.
Hello.
Hi. Hi, Indranil.
Hello.
Hi, Indranil. Hi, Amy. I think Ravi forgot I am moderating the session, but that's okay. And let me welcome all of you to this wonderful panel discussion. And we're launching our 8th edition of the State of the Mobile Marketing Report 2020. This is a walk and an MMA initiative, as you're aware. This report is a regional report which we do every year. And we're very glad to have all of you with us to launch this report, to see the highlights of the report, as well as to share with our viewers and our attendees today the implications and perspective you have towards the findings and the top lines that we'll be showcasing today here based on the Walk and MMA report. I will hand over the highlights to Amy for us to go through, and I will conduct an in-tandem discussion with all of you to understand the implications of what we see in the report. Amy, over to you.
Thanks, Monica. I'm just going to share my screen so that we can go through the key takeaways. So this is a survey, as Monica said, like we've been running since 2013 with the MMA in APAC. Each year we survey both Walk subscribers and MMA members, asking them about their current and planned use of mobile in their marketing strategies. This year, 591 marketers responded to the wider APAC survey. And for the results I'm going to present today, we've separately analysed the India cohort of 207 respondents. So almost half of these respondents were from Mumbai, with the remainder based across 15 cities across India. And they came from quite a broad range of company types, so agencies, advertisers, and also technology vendors and media owners. So throughout the survey, some questions were asked of all respondents, some of just the advertisers, and some were worded so that agencies were answering with their typical clients in mind. And then the majority were managers and directors, with 33% at a director or senior director level. So I'm going to briefly talk through some of the main takeaways of the research before we dig into the findings in a bit more detail. So firstly, to talk about consumer behaviours and mobile video. So this year has been a strange one, obviously, due to COVID-19, and it's obviously had a big impact on budgets across the board, with widespread, sorry, I'm on the wrong slide there, with widespread marketing budget decreases reported. But this research and also Walk's ad spend data have indicated that mobile has been the most resilient channel throughout the pandemic. People have spent more time for both shopping and for social purposes, keeping in touch with friends and family. And over that time, what we've carried out the research with the MMA, mobile has gone from being a distinct channel to very much the core of digital marketing strategies. So now digital and mobile are pretty synonymous. And over that time, we've seen big increases in budget allocation to mobile. This year, half of our respondents are allocating more than a quarter of their budgets to mobile marketing. And Walk ad spend data shows that it's the fastest growing media. However, like I said at the start, COVID-19 has inevitably had an impact on budgets. We fielded this survey just after the peak in many countries. So we asked how their expectations of budget changes have been impacted by the outbreak. And prior to COVID, 66% were expecting their budgets to rise over the next year, but now only 55% have the same expectation. The second takeaway is that mobile is and will continue to be a key channel for marketers. The research found that on average 33% of mobile budgets are being allocated to mobile video. And growth in consumption of mobile video is seen as the most significant consumer behaviour impacting marketing for 2020, according to the Indian cohort. In particular, advertising via mobile video will continue to increase in importance over the coming year as technologies improve and brands embrace the opportunity for advertising via social video and live streaming. The third takeaway is that metrics and measurement are the biggest barriers to growth in India. And we tend to find this is the case across the mobile research that we do. More than half selected this as their biggest barrier. And fragmentation across formats and standards and attribution really is difficult as a result. And finally, we found that this year marketers are really thinking mobile first when it comes to creating content. In prior years, we've had more of a leaders and laggards type split in respondents, but this year, more than 3/4 of respondents are considering ad length and design when creating content for mobile. And the growth of e-commerce, particularly this year, has driven developments in mobile-based branded content and shoppable ads. And when creating this content, the majority of personalizing experiences to individuals and combining those experiences with TV and display advertising to create those tailored journeys to purchase. So I'm going to move on to the first section, and then we'll follow this with some questions from the panel. So this slide really illustrates what I was saying a few moments ago about mobile being a key channel for marketers and how the majority are thinking mobile first when creating content and digital strategies. And that's really driven by what's shown in this chart, that for the vast majority, so 88%, mobile's playing a significant role in the purchase journeys of their consumers. And I think this in the report we cite some research from Zenith, which predicts that by next year consumers will spend an average of 930 hours a year accessing the internet via mobile. And as we all know, India is one of the biggest markets for mobile usage, and that's still growing. This second chart shows the consumer behaviours typically involving mobile devices that marketers will think will have most significance for them over the next year. And you can see there that watching video is on the top of the pile for Indian marketers, followed by mobile payments and streaming via OTT devices, both of which have been really significant this year given the widespread lockdowns caused by COVID-19. I think that as social platforms like Instagram and Facebook increasingly monetize their offerings via video, this will only increase. I think this year has been a real step change for global video viewing habits. Consumers are looking for really diverse content throughout the day on their mobiles. In the report, we cite some research from McKinsey, which finds over 40% of Indian consumers are streaming more media now after lockdown, just showing the impact this year has had on consumer behaviours and the knock-on effect this has for advertisers. This chart shows the types of mobile marketing and advertising that respondents have been focused on this year. At the start of this webinar, I talked about the growth in mobile video budgets, and that significant allocation to mobile video is reflected in the proportion of Indian marketers who are focusing on mobile video in 2020. And this focuses mainly on mobile video via social. Facebook is used by nearly every single respondent in India, so 97%. And YouTube and Instagram are second and third in popularity. And this final slide in this section just shows that budget allocation split. So you can see how mobile video and social are usually working in tandem with each other by their equal budget allocation. And those two have a significantly higher allocation than other channels like search and display. And with that, I'm going to stop sharing my screen and return to the panel so Monica can field some questions.
Yes, sure. Thank you so much, Amy. Those insights are definitely very powerful, and there is a large audience who's been sort of surveyed for it. So it is pretty reflective of what the trends we see. So let me quickly take a question to Indraneel to begin with. So Indraneel, you've looked at the report, we've spoken. What do you think the video growth can be attributed to, and how is Sony Lift looking at capitalizing on a trend like the kind we're seeing where growth is so inorganic, specifically on the mobile, where there is such high consumption on the mobile? How are you addressing that?
Okay, there are a whole lot of factors. First is what Amy's report shows, there is a shift in consumer behavior or viewer behavior. or people are spending more time, screen time on mobile. There is entertainment on go in the sense that which was not possible without mobile. So all those things are there. The key part of it, there are two kinds of videos, which I believe has fueled this growth. Okay, one part is what I can call it as a user-generated content. That has been that has really created. And when I say user-generated content, there are technologies everybody knows all the platforms or apps we are talking about. They have technologically enabled users to create very good quality videos. That is one of the key things. We all knew YouTube, but after that there are many things. But what's key for us, like I'm in the business of creativity and innovation. I think that is where I'm going to tackle more of why why the curated business or the professionally created videos, why is that growing in an inorganic way? It's a combination of innovation. It's a combination of understanding the mobile viewers and creating and repurposing of content. That's what is creating a new set of viewers from mobile, and we're constantly doing that. So that's my thing for video growth. Yeah.
Interesting. Anurita, welcome again. And I do know you kind of tried hard to beat all the technical challenges, but glad to have you. And we've also seen this report and spoken about the observation we had about the fact that 45% of the respondents actually said mobile video is one of the top most viewed content pieces, and so did the marketer agree that it is a priority investment area. So how is GST responding to this high growth demand in video, and how are you sort of pivoting your plans around it? And could Anurita hear us? Have we lost her? Okay, so maybe when she joins us back, we will take the same question with her. So Indraneel, I'm going to bring this back to you. You mentioned something very interesting about how mobile engagement is being tackled. So tell me, in the report says 79% of our respondents agreed that mobile customers are highly engaged, which is basically the marketing and advertising community believes that this is a user who's highly engaged. So how do you offer ongoing innovation, fresh content to make sure that we are able to meet this demand that they have on mobile video? So how do you keep it fresh all the time?
Yes, we're always on our toes. Let me take certain examples to see that what kind of students, but big things. So Sony Live, next we're creating. Before that, I think the first thing was the change in mindset. About even as low as 2 years or 1.5 years back, we considered mobile as a second screen to the other screens, like be it a feature film or be it a television show. Mobile was like a second screen which was supporting the primary screen. Okay, so that was about say maybe 1.5 years back. I think the first change in mindset came that you think mobile first and think that's the only screen you have. Okay, that's the first thing. So you create a repurposed content for mobile. So let me take certain examples of how we are trying to do. It's a continuous process. There is a lot of innovation. Okay, now in the scripted version of it, we are developing shows. So one of the criteria which we use for our mobile is the show binge worthy. Okay, is the show can be consumed pretty easily? Okay, is it binge worthy? Is the one filter which we put. So to do that, say for a scripted show, we are creating series which are maybe 10 to 12 minutes each episodes. Okay, and with this 10 to 12 minutes, you forms a larger part of the story arc. So if you just consume 10 minutes, you will be satisfied that there is a beginning, middle, and end of the storytelling. But each of the 10-12 minutes can add up to maybe a feature film length. So that is one kind of storytelling which we are thinking about and not thinking about. We are in the form of developing and producing. So that is what we call as the scripted. unscripted format, there are two, three kinds of things. Okay, the one is that everybody knows about KBC. This country KBC for Amy's thing is the Indian version of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. It's one of the most successful Indian shows, or maybe I can call it the successful. Now, one of the thing is the game show. Now we have a second screen which is called as a play along of a KBC. But herein we are developed a content, okay, which will be on mobile only, and it will have the similar features of a game show. So everybody who is actually will be playing, like everybody is on a hot set. So all your mobile consumers will be like players on in the studio. Okay, so that's the kind of innovation which is happening. Now on the second screen application, there are lots of innovation where Amy spoke about personalization, wherein polling.
So I'm going to come back to you. I'm going to come back to you on personalization. That's another question I have separately for both of you. But before we lose Anurita again, let me take the question which I was trying to ask her earlier. So Anurita, I hope we can hear you out on this one. So I was asking you, how are you prioritizing investment in mobile video, and to what extent have you re-looked at your plans to accommodate this inorganic increase in mobile video consumption?
Thanks, Monica, and I hope you can hear me well. And yes, it's been a pretty technical challenge at I don't know which end, but somewhere. And thanks for your patience. But to answer your question, as Indraneet was saying, that many years ago, the mobile screen was pretty much the second screen, the third screen, perhaps even the fourth screen at some point in time. But in today's, it's the primary screen of entertainment. It's the primary screen of consumption. So as organizations, as brands, it is important for us to fundamentally have mobile marketing as a critical component of our plans. And as we progress, the spends are only going up because it works on different levels. It works on whether it's additional reach, harder to reach areas. So for example, there are TV relatively dark belts in India still, and mobile really comes into play at that point in time. So whether it is tier 4, tier 3 markets, whether it is rural markets, where we are very strategically using mobile, but the kind of platforms are largely video, because it's primarily used for entertainment. It could be social, where Facebook and other formats come into play, and how we integrate, whether we can, for example, in our case, we talk to dentists as well.
Right.
Like WhatsApp, through even Librate and Fractal for that matter. But the first and important port of call for many consumers, besides the traditional media, is mobile, and therefore it's becoming increasingly very important for all marketers to treat it with respect.
Interesting. I think that's very well put. I'm going to quickly ask you a follow-up question before I move to back to Amy and get her to complete some more highlights before we come back on more conversation. So another question to you is, we've also seen, and our report showcases that e-commerce has been growing at an accelerated pace in the last 2 quarters. And it has become a very important touch point when it comes to sales and distribution. So how is BSK addressing an opportunity of this nature, and what are the ways BSK is viewing e-commerce in the current time?
Thanks for asking the question, Monica. And as you rightly said, in the current times is the catchword and the catchphrase, which is, today's consumer there is no such thing as an online life and an offline life. It's all integrated. And as with behavior ourselves as well, we lead multiple lives of duality, lives of multiplicity. So it's not one unique purchase journey. It is multiple consumer decision journeys. Whether I'm driving my final purchase at e-commerce, or whether that final purchase is happening in offline retail, for us, everything is equally critical. So of course, it is still critical for you if you walk into a moderate outlet, or if you walk into a chemist to find GSK products. But it is equally critical for you if you want to be searching on Amazon, which is why we partner very closely with all kinds of platforms, including Big Basket, including Growth, including Amazon marketing services, which not only gives us a great platform to educate consumer about our brands, to give them solid experiences about what our brand and proposition is all about, but at the click of a button, we are readily available. So where the consumer is, you will find us. Like all marketers and like all successful organizations, it is about adapting, being flexible, and of course it is equally critical as with others for us to leverage this rising and increasingly popular channel.
Got it. Yeah, so I think what you mean is that it is becoming an omnipresent scenario, where you've got to be present wherever the consumer is. And of course, with heightened time spent on digital touchpoints are vital. So, having said that, whilst I'm going to come back to you with one or two more questions, and yes, we do have finite time to do this lovely, interesting conversation. So, Amy, I'd like you to conclude the rest of the findings you have for our viewers today. What I do want to tell everybody listening is that this report is going to be available for you in the briefcase as well as it will be emailed to you. So feel free to browse through it at your convenience and learn and probably consume the observations that come out of it. So Amy, back to you.
Thank you. Just share my screen again. So we'll just talk about a little bit about engaging consumers on mobile, and this really plays into what we were just talking about being present on all platforms, omni-channel, not just on mobile. So my first slide here is about which channels are used most frequently with mobile. So you can see here that TV and desktop search and display are the most common partners for mobile. And in this research, we found that though mobile budgets are increasing each year we run the survey, the majority of marketers are still spending less than 25% of their budgets on mobile marketing and advertising in India. So though allocations to digital media have been increasing, particularly with this swing we've seen towards performance marketing over brand building that we've seen in recent years, this chart shows that TV is still a really important partner to digital channels in India. And this slide shows the tactics being used to increase engagement on mobile devices, with personalization at the top and then mobile-specific design and content in second and third. One of the great benefits of mobile marketing is the opportunity to personalize messages through a variety of factors. So location data, creating kind of tailored offers based on user data and that kind of thing. So what this chart really shows is the range of tactics being used by marketers in India. So all but one option was selected by at least a third of respondents, and it really shows that marketers are focusing on how to engage consumers in a variety of different ways using mobile. And then this is just a further chart to exemplify that point. So we asked how far marketers agreed that they were considering ad length and design of creative for mobile, and 77% agreed that they were, which is really reflective of how central mobile is to marketing strategies in Asia. In the report, we cite some other research from the MMA that found that it takes about 0.4 seconds to make an impact with consumers on mobile. So ad length and design is really imperative for the effectiveness of mobile ads, and then that combined with the longer term impact of, for example, TV and digital work, further digital work to engage with consumers over the long term. So it's about that partnership and really personalizing along the full journey of the partnership between different channels. So I'm going to stop sharing there and return to Monica for the further questions.
Thank you, Amy. And while I'm going to come back to you to give us an overall regional view towards the end, I have two more questions for our panelists. And Anuruddha, I'm going to come back to you based on what we just saw. As you saw, the research says that desktop search and display is used alongside with mobile as commonly as television. So are you shifting your digital-led strategy and divesting from offline to mobile and digital, or it's not really the way you see planning working for you?
No, absolutely. As I said earlier, that it is critical for us to adapt to the changing times. So for us, intuitively, if people are actively reaching for the mobile screen for either their social networking needs or mobile payments, or the ways that we leverage it is, for example, we partner very strongly with both Google and Facebook. So whether that's video content, where we are feeding in video and relevant content, whether those are chatbots, with WhatsApp, where we are engaging with consumers directly and looking at their, for example, if somebody has a tooth sensitivity need, then we have partnership with WhatsApp where we can drive that. Similarly, we've tried voice activation with Google, and that works as well. But the critical part is how do we connect with consumers to what they need. And similarly, dentists who are critical to our business as well, especially in COVID times, how have these healthcare practitioners been able to reach consumers back? So it's all interactive and it's all very intuitive. And we as a brand, therefore, are partnering with, for example, platforms like Librate and Tracker, where doctors reside, where not only do we educate them, not only do we interact with them as a brand and engage with them actively, and here, frankly, we have to be mobile friendly. We have to make sure that they are finding this platform for communication which is very simple and intuitive. And at the same time, make a full close by ensuring that they interact with consumers as well. Consumers are keen to interact with them digitally and through mobile at this point specifically. So yes, as a brand, said absolutely yes that it's becoming increasingly a part of
Hear you. I think that does set some great context to what we're seeing in the report. Indraneet, you were talking about personalization. I'm bringing back that question to you. You know, our report, like we saw, 69% of the marketers are focusing on personalization. So how do you think, OTT as a medium, creativity as a carrier is enabling this need for a marketer to be personalized?
Okay, so there are two kinds of things as content creators. One works on gratification. So it's like you engage with the content, you get some prizes, you get some benefits and things like that. So there are multiple formats or multiple ways people are doing that. Okay, so like KBC Play Along is one of the things. Like you get something out of the show. But the bigger thing is that when the most powerful thing is when a viewer actually believes that he or she is contributing to the outcome of the show. And they believe that they're a part of the show and their opinion matters. This is in unscripted formats, which we call as non-fiction. It has been done very, very effectively through things like polling, through things like voting, through things like viewer choice and stuff like that. There was one channel who did a live show where the polling was used for the outcome of the show or the outcome of the contestant selection. Okay, so that is one kind of personalization which is done. But the other one, which has been tried not so much in India, but it was tried in US, about a scripted show where you actually choose that which way story you want to tell. And so there will be one show with various versions, and you choose to sort of view the version you like to do. Okay. So I don't know if people are aware of there is a big show called Black Mirror. They did a festival where after every 15 minutes the viewer can choose that what direction they want to take the story. I'm not sure about the success of it, but it definitely shows the way the future will be. So the viewer will feel like a part of the storytelling. Okay. So that is where a lot of innovation and experimentation are being done. Some will be successful, some may not be. But so personalization also, there is another way people are doing is technology, like algorithms which are created in the whole pool of the shows which you have. The technology actually suggests you that what kind of shows you want to watch. We all know the platform we are talking about. There are but for that you need humongous amount of data analytics before you reach there. So for the Indian OTT platforms, maybe they will take another 1-2 years time to gather the data or the amount of content and push it to you.
Got it. I think that's excellent. So what I hear you say that content is becoming more and more agile. I just keep it very fresh. And I want to hear Anurita say that there is no escaping from omni-channel marketing anymore. You've got to be where the consumer is. I'm going to get Amy to do some last remarks for us on the report and a larger observation in terms of how is this report looking at a regional level and how different is it from what we saw in India. And then we can call it a wrap given the fact that we have sessions coming up. Once we have a lot of questions for both of you, so we will have an email to you so you can respond to our viewers on the stage. So, Aim, back to you.
Thank you. So yeah, to your final point there, the results across APAC were fairly similar across markets, but where India differed was definitely on that on the use of mobile video. Although it was high in all markets across Asia, we really specifically saw in India that that marketers are really focusing on mobile video this year and perhaps putting a little bit more budget towards it. And also that combination with social media. So video on Facebook and Instagram were quite a bit higher in India than they were in the rest of APAC. And that's really why I got a focus in that first half on mobile video being a really key moment for marketers in India. And I think this year has really pushed things forward across all markets, but certainly for India. So they would be my key takeouts for India versus APAC. And generally, I think we do this report in EMEA as well, and we generally see that mobile is very much the first channel for Asia, and in EMEA it's becoming that way, but it's more kind of mobile with other digital channels in EMEA rather, but APAC's very much just like mobile first for sure. So yeah, they're my key kind of differences between the regions. And yeah, just to say, you can download the full report. So yeah, I'd encourage everyone to do that and look at all the data with it.
Great. I think those were again very useful insights to capture from a regional standpoint. And what is most heartening is that we managed to launch the State of the Mobile Marketing Industry Report in a mobile marketing event and by a mobile marketing association. So it couldn't get bigger than that. And like I said, this was our 8th edition and 8th release of the regional report launch. Happy to have you participate in it. Appreciate your time and thank you so much for being with us here. Look forward to reconnecting soon. Have a lovely day. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
All right, so that was our panel. I want to thank Amy Roger, Anurita. Okay, so that was our panel. I want to thank Amy Roger, Anurita Chopra, Indranil Chakrabarti, and of course the moderator for the session, Monica Kurana, for sharing some valuable insights right there. With this, it's time we move on to our next session on Art Meets Tech. We have Mr. John Pite, Chief Creative Officer, Art and Tech India, Media Monks, with us today. I would like to invite Mr. Pite on the dais and take it from here. Okay, so I think we have
everyone.
John joined in.
I'm John Pate, CCO at Media Monks India. I'm very happy to be with every one of you today. Before I get started along with the session, I want to tell you a little bit about what we do, who we are, and where we are. We are a global creative and production partner. We are a total of more than 2,500 monks all over the world, spread across 35 plus cities and locations. And in India, we are a team of more than hundreds and still counting. We're expanding very aggressively. We're located in Bombay, Bangalore, and New Delhi. And now for my feature presentation. Our team around the world is innovating and disrupting the advertising industry. I'm going to share how the convergence of art and technology is shaping the world of content creation. As we are well aware, with the accessibility of mobile devices and fast internet, even in India, content consumption is at its peak, and it's only going to get higher. The requirement for quicker rollout for content is highly in demand. Okay, there has been an unwritten rule in our industry for a long time that if high quality content needs a fast production time, it needs to be expensive. What if it doesn't necessarily needs to be that? Sir Martin has been very vocal with our mantra of speed, quality, and value. And with real-time production reaching the benchmark today, I believe this is where it all begins with Unreal Engine. Unreal Engine has been widely popular as a gaming creation and engine tool, and very rightly so. With Fortnite gaining global popularity, Unreal Engine is no doubt the most sought-after tool for game developers. But today I'm going to talk about the engine in a whole new perspective and the real-time tech that it's running on and how we have utilized this for content creation. A few months back, right before the lockdown began, we did the first proof of concept using Unreal Engine. When we first started out, we really wanted to explore the possibilities here from an R&D perspective. We just wanted to get our hands dirty, started exploring and see what possibilities there might be in harnessing the power of Unreal Engine in the work we do for our clients and partners around the world. So we started with this 3D model of a car that we got from TurboSquid and started getting to work. The results were stunning and it surprises us all. The first time we brought this car into Unreal was a blank slate. Imagine just a blueprint of a car. What you're seeing here on the screen are graphics created and remastered entirely in Unreal Engine. At first glance, you might think that these are shots of a real car. But there's the beauty of Unreal Engine. It's truly unreal. We played around with colors, textures, and we knew nothing about what our end results would be. It was from a very experimental point of view, but we were hoping for the best as always, aiming for the highest barring quality, speed, and efficiency. Our mantra here at Media Monks, if you haven't picked up on it yet. So once we saw the kind of output we could achieve with Unreal Engine, it got us quite excited. The quality and the realism that we could achieve. We wanted to discover how we could implement this in content production. We wanted to learn more about the real-world application that could help us deliver this for our clients and partners in production space. Really anything that we could think of has become somewhat of a reality. I'm going to walk you through a couple of practical examples that brings these whole things to life. The first one is an example pertaining to one of the most iconic cookies in the world, Oreo. We produced one live action film that featured a single Oreo bag. We needed countless variations and adaptations of the same ad, but with versions of Oreo bag that was unique to the market. I think US food labeling versus Indian food labeling, and unique to a particular season. Birthday cake, double stuff, Christmas, Diwali. It would have been too expensive and time consuming to film that many live action shots. So we decided to use Unreal Engine to digitally insert and swap out pack variations. This allows us the potential to create countless pieces of content on a single shoot. And here are the results. Look closely at each of the cookie packs in these 4 different outputs. They were all created with the same live action shoot as a baseline, simply swapped out our products rendering crafted in Unreal Engine. Just imagine cutting your marketing spend by such a fraction, 1/4 of the cost to be specific. We were still tracking with this example. Now think of 10 more variations that could turn out in no time, and the amount of extra cost that you'll be saving. Now we might get a question like, yes, You swap out the packaging, but what about the locations? We understand the importance of regional products for CPGs. Uh, Take, for example, if you have a product that you are launching in a different part of the world with different variations, be it Asia, Europe, US, or here in India. The kind of cost and time that it's going to take to travel from one location to the other and shoot everything just for that product that you're launching. The solution that we are working on is going to eliminate the need for travel and really cut down the cost and also the time. How do we do this? We do this through virtual production. So what exactly is virtual production? I'm going to run through a few examples for you, and then later on explain it to you what they really are. So as you can see, we have a girl in the subway riding the train, and also you see her in her apartment just roaming around. Now, what if I told you that these backgrounds, the subway and the apartment, weren't real? They were created in Unreal Engine. We animated them in real time, the camera in real time as well. But everything was shot at a single location. It's a very technical process, but I'll high level and walk you through what's happening in each of these photos. In the upper left-hand corner, you see the set, you see the environment, which has been rendered real-time and projected onto an LED screen in our studio. You also see the real-life actress and the crew. On the upper right-hand, you see what they're filming, how the frame is going to look, and how the projection and the actress are coming together as one. In the third and fourth image, you get an aerial view of the production space. It's in our office in New Delhi. You see a giant camera typical for such productions, but what you can see is that this camera is interacting directly with the 3D camera that is rendering in real time. They are connected, layered upon one another to produce the final output. And one of the greatest possibilities here is that this process could enable our team to create high quality content from a single location without having to travel, cutting costs and cutting time. Again, we're just getting started with this work, but I'm thrilled to share what the monks have been up to and the promise it could hold for the advertising industry. Now, what is the difference between the traditional pipeline and real-time production? The biggest difference for us is the extensive offering beyond the final content creation. Manual work in traditional software converts into automated process in Unreal Engine. Our client comes to us with different requirements, be it from TVCs to volume production, asset at scale, localization, personalization, or even just content which requires platform-based aspect ratio changes. Using Unreal Engine gives us a quicker turnaround time, and this helps us help them. Of course, there are a few more things that we are currently developing as well. An interactive content creation with a high-level detailing is also in the pipeline. We are just barely scratching the surface as of now, and it's just the beginning, but perhaps I'll leave this for some other time. And finally, I want to say that I've gone through what I could possibly can within this 15 minutes, and there might be something which are more technical that needs a lot more further explanations. So if you guys have any questions or queries, or you just want to get in touch with me, here are my details. I really want to thank you all for your time and be safe. Bye.
Thank you so much, John. With this, ladies and gentlemen, it's time we move on to the next session. Being true to our narrative on the shape of future of modern marketing, here is a keynote session to enable you insights and direction on designing a modern marketing organization. And for that, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Sundar Bhardwaj, the Coca-Cola Company Chair, Professor of Marketing. the University of Georgia, Terry College of Business. On stage, please. Mr. Bhardwaj, all yours.
Hello, India. My name is Sundar Bhardwaj. I'm a professor of marketing at the University of Georgia. I also serve as a visiting faculty in the Indian School of Business. I do research in a variety of areas, but primarily in the area of looking at marketing and its impact on firm performance. A part of this research I'm doing today that I'll be presenting to this audience is work that I've done with the colleagues Omar Rodriguez Villa, Neil Morgan, Shubha Mitra, and Peter Sharas. We also partnered with MMA on this research, and we're thankful for their help. And a part of the research involves talking over 120 companies, senior marketing and digital managers of organizations. And that's the research that we'll present right now. So the primary question that this presentation tries to address is looking at the modern marketing organization in terms of what the design looks like, given the kind of changes that's going on in this world. So you see a lot more changes in terms of the impact of digital, clearly the impact of mobile becoming the first screen for most consumers. The growth in data in marketing, with that comes in the ability to analyze it using machine learning and artificial intelligence. All of these things are fundamentally changing how the organization works and operates, and clearly also driven by changes in consumer behavior with the transition to more digital, and in fact, accelerated by the pandemic as well. So the key issue is, how do we change the modern marketing organization? And this is not a simple task. This is quite challenging, simply because, if you look at most organizations, they look like this. So companies have added to their existing structure and functions. They've added the digital team. The core team that probably existed before was a brand team, and perhaps in many organizations, they've also added a content team that's become more critical with social media. In B2B organization, we probably have a CRM team as well. And with the growth in digital performance marketing teams, some organizations may even have an analytics team, a mobile team as well. But if you step back and look at these different sort of silos of function, which is what's happening in most organizations, if you try to sort of link them together, we have a world that looks like this. And this is incredibly challenging for managers to sort of work with. And so what we have tried through our research to try and put some structure around this process to look at how do companies sort of design the modern marketing organization. So the impact of that structure is the underlying tensions that we observe in a lot of organizations and angst. And a lot of folks are looking at this and saying, hey, what's really happening is technology is sort of eating strategy. And so, which means that perhaps we need a better balance between technology and strategy. The second issue that sort of erupts in most organizations is the fact that it's so data rich right now that companies have created DMPs. And once they create DMPs, the goal is to sort of link and enable digital and CRM with it. But unfortunately, what happens is most companies are unclear how to leverage it fully. So they built a DMP, invested in it, and then have challenges in sort of leveraging. And this is fairly common across the different new additions that have come to these organizations. So really at the bottom of all of this is the challenge on how do we sort of leverage, integrate, and design a marketing organization that capitalizes on all of these functions rather than being sort of separate equals. So companies keep adding functions without really seeing them together. That's sort of the tension that we observe. So which then leads us to this fundamental question of how do companies really design an organization? Most organization conventional approach is to start off by looking at structure. Structure basically tells you, what should be the reporting relationship, where do you sort of situate different sort of functions, and at best you go down and say what kind of skills do we sort of need, and that is how most organizations sort of start and continue. What our research indicates is perhaps we need to flip the world around and talking to these managers, the insight that we have is that perhaps marketing organizations need to start with a clear mission as to who they are. What is their fundamental sort of goal? How do they sort of add value to the growth motives of the organization in general, what they've agreed upon with the senior management team, how we deliver that, and what's the marketing's role in that particular purpose. And once you decide that, you go down and say, what capabilities do we need to deliver on that mission, that value proposition that you promised about your organization? And if once you have these two major decisions done, the rest of it in terms of designing where we locate and we co-situate these capabilities sort of are much simpler. And then eventually you can go towards what kind of design. So really we are flipping the world on its map, and that's what our research sort of indicates. So let me sort of dive into this a little deeper, because the mission is sort of a critical function that the marketing organization has to decide. So you need to select your mission, and mission, as we said before, is what is the value proposition of marketing to the organization itself, right? And we believe that this sort of occurs in a couple of different ways. One is adding value towards customers. The other, as you'll see shortly, is adding value to the firm itself. So let's look at these notions of adding value to customers. And there are three different ways in which firms can sort of add value to their customers, right? So one key way that they can add value to the customers is by what we create is what we label as exchange value. This is fundamentally trying to match your core offerings to particular customer needs. So customer needs are varied, and your ability to sort of target large numbers of customer needs with specific offerings that are designed. So if you think in terms of the funnel, this is more towards the bottom half of the funnel. And the other way that companies could add value to customers is by the experience value. Here you go away from the transaction, but look at the whole journey itself and figure out ways in which you can make the journey convenient and enjoyable for customers. And this creates opportunities to create new revenue stream, new opportunities as well. A number of companies are in that pathway. The third approach where we see that companies add value is by creating what we call is basically engagement value. Here, what companies try to do is not just deepen relationship with existing and current and new customers, but also by leveraging the different types of products, the different categories in which a firm can operate, which they can credibly operate across, and which means expanding the meaning of what the brand stands for, and also leveraging communities in practice to deliver this, and increasingly in today's day and world by adding purpose and to your particular sort of offering purpose and to your brands and to your organization itself. And so that sort of seems to be the three major ways in which we see firms add value. So let me provide some exemplars. Take, for example, Chobani, which is a Greek yogurt manufacturer in the US. And they have decided that their primary way in which they want to add value to customers is through engagement value. So they're going to leverage the meaning and purpose of what Chobani stands for and use that to sort of deliver value to customers. And to the other two aspects of experience exchange value is fairly limited in their focus. So their primary focus is by creating more and more engagement value to sort of customers. And so you can think of these as sort of stacks. And so the core focus is on the engagement stack. In contrast, if you look at Delta, which is the US airline, their primary way in they add value to the customers is by enhancing experience value. Here they're leveraging their mobile app to deliver greater value across the customer's journey. You can sort of track on your app from the time you leave home to get to the airport, all the way to as you navigate to the airport, on-flight information, and subsequently on landing, they provide information. So the whole customer journey is without friction. And a lot of times the focus here is on reducing the frictions and challenges that customers sort of face across multi-channel, single channel, and through their journey. And here they're leveraging that and looking for opportunities to develop revenue streams based on reducing these frictions. The other way that we see in terms of creating value is clearly exceeding value. Here's an example is Just Fab, which is a women's fashion player in the US. And for them, they look at hundreds and hundreds of customers and see them as unique individual targets. And using data and machine learning and AI technology, which is their analytics, they design specific offerings for each one of these sort of target groups of customers. And here they add value by the fact that they provide very personalized offerings to groups of customers. So these are three different ways in which which value can be added to customers, right? On the flip side, firms also add value back to their organization. Marketing organization also adds value to the firm by creating sort of strategic value. Here, it's basically guidance on new revenue streams and new revenue opportunities, and how do we leverage marketing innovation to deliver marketing innovation and business models to leverage that. The other area where they can add value to a firm is if you look at marketing in most organizations, there's tremendous confusion in terms of how that function operates. And what we do find is increasingly marketing is not an individual function, but really it's a coalition. So given it's a coalition, they need to look at shared frameworks, shared data, shared links that can then get different functions to work together. And many of these functions may not report directly to the CMO, but you need to see them as sort of a network, as a coalition that sort of works together efficiently and effectively and in an agile manner. The third area where you can add value is the ability to generate data from customers. Marketing can leverage sensors from various different touch points with customers and use that data to create deep, rich insights about customers' current and future needs that can then be leveraged with innovative new offerings. So firms can, and fundamentally the marketing organization can fundamentally create value both at the customer end and at the firm end, and together that really becomes the mission of the organization, the decision on where you want to sort of add value. So that creates an opportunity for them to go through and create value. Just for example, here's an organization that we sort of work with, and they decided that mission was going to be build relationships that last. And the way they were going to go through that is by strengthening and focusing on experience, championing a customer-oriented culture within the organization, then driving marketing innovation to sort of deliver on that experience stack, and then energizing the whole team in that direction. So really, if you look at the structure, they double down on experience. They focus the organization on creating the best possible experiences for customers. Exchange and engagement are important, but not as critical as experience. From the internal side of value creation, their focus is primarily on knowledge and to a significant extent on creating operational value to work in a very efficient, very agile manner to build a relationship. On the strategic value end, they're less focused, at least currently, in the first 2 years. That's something that's the responsibility of other functions. So they play sort of more a supporting role there, but they play a leading role creating knowledge and driving operational value within the firm, right? And so essentially what this enables a company to do is to then, given their clear mission, they could go back and look and say that given the mission, what sort of capabilities do I need to do this? And that's essentially about assessing the fit of the organization. Right? So we look at this broadly and saying for each type of value at a very broad level, here are 18 different types of capabilities that companies sort of need to enable to happen, right? Through our research, we identify these 18 very broad types of capabilities that are required, and which become part of the capabilities that are required to deliver the mission of the organization. And they're sort of split between 18 on the firm side, 18 on the customer side. And here's where we do a deep dive on these 18 capabilities. And when you do a deep dive, these 18 capabilities have sort of 72 sub-capabilities. And our research we've come up with 200 plus items that can go and capture these 72 different capabilities. And an organization can go and measure itself on these capabilities. So for example, if you look at the blue chart, the blue shaded area is how the organization is currently. So given their goal state of enhancing experience and creating knowledge and operational value, they know this is where they currently, and the yellow chart tells them where they really should be in order to deliver those goals of experience, knowledge, and operational value as their primary focus. The gap between where they are and where they should be is their fit. And that tells us where they need to focus, what capabilities they need to build, and make decisions regarding how to structure those capabilities in the sense of your design strategy, whether you should have them in-house or whether you should outsource them, whether you should let them cohabit each other. These two functions should sit together, or should they sit and far apart? All those decisions sort of follow as a function of identifying. So clearly, the key thing is knowing what your mission is, assessing your fit and your capabilities for that particular mission, which then guides your design of the organization, allows you to know how to design, and then you go through and say you can insurance, which is discussed, and then what skill sets the organization needs to sort of get there, right? So fundamentally, what we are contending here with our research is that you move from sort of a conventional approach to designing, looking at structure first, and then building. Rather, we are saying, arguing first, the firm needs to design its purpose. What is its mission? How does it add value for the organization? Make that decision first. That then helps guides them on the capabilities that are required to enable them to deliver on that mission, and then design the organization built as a coalition, as a network to deliver on the mission that it wants, and then designing what skill sets are required to sort of to co-create the eventual goal and mission of the organization. This is a fairly short talk, and I'm sure you have lots of other questions that sort of emerge. And I would recommend that you go to our site, which is marcaps.com/research, where you can get a lot more information on the kind of research that we do. So thank you very much for your time, and I hope this has been useful, and this is going to help you think about your particular organization and your goals. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bhardwaj, for that wonderful session. It's time we move on to our next session, and this is in partnership with InMobi. We proceed towards our next session with a fireside chat, the future of programmatic advertising. For this session, we have two speakers. I would like to welcome, firstly, Vasudha Agrawal, Managing Director, Asia Pacific, and later on joining her, Jay Pankaj, Director, Marketing Technology and Data Science, PNG India. So we'll start with Vasudha on the stage. Vasudha, all yours. So in this fireside chat, Vasudha will be, of course, moderating the session. She's opening up the session for you all. And later on, Mr. Pankaj is joining her. And they will be talking about the future of programmatic advertising. In the meantime, we connect with them. As I said earlier, there are a lot of options on the platform that you can leverage throughout the day. So make sure that you go and check it out. And of course, we have ample of other things that you can explore while you're at it. So feel free to go to the table that you see in front of you. On the right-hand side, there are so many options that will help you get more value out of the sessions that we have presented you for.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure being here today. So the way we'll run this session is we'll first have a quick presentation on the future of programmatic advertising, some trends that are shaping the programmatic ecosystem, and then we want to have a fireside chat with Jay Pankaj from Procter & Gamble. So to give you a sense of the programmatic advertising landscape, moving on to the next slide. If you look at the current state of the programmatic ecosystem, if you look at some of the graphs on the next slide, you get a sense that programmatic has formed a major chunk of the digital ad spending ecosystem in the last couple of years, moving right from about 50% or so to almost 70% plus. If you look at the stats on the next slide, while globally this has been the case, in Asia Pacific and specifically in India, we see that there is still a lot of room for growth because Asia Pacific contributes only to about 5% of the total programmatic ad ecosystem. And even within India, the share of spends of programmatic in the total digital ad spends is in the range of only about 20 to 22%. So there is a lot of scope for growth in both of these, this region and in India as a market. Next slide. Let's dive into some of the trends in the programmatic ecosystem. The first one being the video on demand or the OTT phenomena that we are seeing. So if you look at some of the trends that have shaped this phenomena, next slide. The OTT ecosystem has completely changed our world order, right? If you look at from a couple of years back when linear TV used to form the mainstay of our content consumption, our entire content consumption has now moved to OTT apps with mobile or tablets as the primary screen, and with most of the content coming from either TV networks or the content providers themselves like a Prime or a Netflix or a Hotstar. In addition to this is also being streamed on the whole connected and smart TV ecosystem, with the same kind of apps and content being streamed there. Now, if you look at the next slide, you'll see that this content is being consumed both in short form and in long form, right? Short form content is governed more by micro moments, more snackable content, which is more mobile first, usually in the form of vertical videos, and more personalized to mobile as a screen. Whereas long form content is driven more by multi screens across mobile and TV. It is led by a subscription model usually, and it is usually original content. Again, personalized because now both of the mobile and the TV devices have become personalized to us. So, given this, moving to the next slide, you'll see from some of the data here that the video on demand wave is essentially become completely mobile first, with nearly all the viewers owning a smartphone, right? So whether it is different demographics of age or gender or location from right from urban to rural households, it's sort of an omnipresent wave when it comes to video on demand. Next slide. What this means for advertising is that you need to look at then things like what's the buying mechanism? Is it open exchange? Is it private that you want to go for? What is the measurement types? What are the ad formats? Right? What is the right length of the video when you're thinking of video on demand programmatic? All of these parameters become extremely important from an advertising standpoint. Going to the next section, let's look at the next trend, right? The second trend, which is the header bidding phenomena. Now, what is header bidding, right? If you see in the next few slides, you'll see that header bidding is essentially, it can be called pre-bidding, it can be called audience bidding, simultaneous bidding. There's a lot of terms being used for it, but essentially it's an advanced programmatic technique where publishers can sort of offer their inventory in an equal opportunities sort of way to multiple exchanges and SSPs, and this allows them to obviously maximize their yields and also gives them more control. So if you look at the next slide, vis-a-vis the waterfall model, which was the traditional model of inventory allocation, where it would go from one exchange to the next network and so on in a sequential way, the header bidding model is focused much more on real-time data, on user data, and also looking at giving an equal auction opportunity to all the exchanges and DSPs. Let's go to the next slide. What are the benefits of header bidding from a buyer standpoint? There are three core benefits, right? It offers disintermediation because now you have equal access and sort of a fair and true mechanism to access the inventory of a publisher and reach those premium audiences. It gives access to quality audiences and at scale because now every exchange and every SSP can actually access that inventory in a unified auction. So you are not sort of looking at inventory after someone has taken away the quality users or the high value users. And of course, transparency, right? Because it gives increased visibility into the entire supply and makes supply planning far easier. Going into the next phenomena, the third one is the trend of supply path optimization or SPO, right? Which is again around transparency. Now, if you look at the next few slides, you'll see that the ecosystem has been extremely complex with multiple SSPs, multiple resellers of the same inventory, leading to a lot of duplicate bidding, leading to increased inbound costs, increased DSP fees, a lot of additional cost spent to get to the end inventory and end user. What supply path optimization will allow us to do, or the push is going to help us with, is providing the end user transparency and the end supply transparency. So if you look at the next slide, you see the benefits of SPO in empowering advertisers are really around one, of course, transparency brings much more cost efficiencies. Second is around the inventory quality itself, right? It enables access to high quality inventory as a result of the fact that you can implement different things like ads.txt, sellers.json, which removes any kind of unauthorized sellers or any kind of fraud traffic of the inventory. And of course, it's banks on trusted partnerships with the right exchanges and SSPs to get you that access to inventory. Coming to the next one, this is the last trend that I'll talk about, is about the whole data side of things, right? And where the world is moving. And if you think about, some of the things that are transpiring on the cookie side of the world, on the iOS ecosystem, you'll see that, we're headed into a very different world when it comes to data. So if you look at the next slide, you'll see that with the deprecation of cookies, third-party cookies rather, which has been announced by Google from 2022, it does impact advertising in a big way because third-party cookies had a big role to play when it comes to identifying audiences, targeting audiences, measuring ROI, and so on. And the call has essentially been taken to improve privacy and compliance on the web. Similarly, if you look at the iOS ecosystem on the next slide, the whole iOS ecosystem is about to change because Apple has announced that it's going to bring in changes to the whole app tracking side of things, where every user needs to provide permission and opt in for every app before they can be tracked, right? So this again brings about changes on the IDFA side of things, which is used in the iOS ecosystem. What this means for advertisers, right? If you look at the next slide, you will see that this essentially impacts the entire chain from identification and targeting of audiences, things like retargeting, things like personalized targeting, in the optimization itself, right? Because things like frequency capping and ad rotation were dependent on some of these identifiers, and of course attribution and identifying the ROI of a media channel. Because again, attribution banks on some of these identifiers. So how do we, go about and look at tackling this, right? And what are some of the things to keep in mind? If you look at the last slide, before we go into a discussion with Jay, there are some things that advertisers can think of. One is looking at alternate identifiers. What is it that you can use? What is things around location and IP addresses? There are universal ID investments being made by different players in the ecosystem. Looking at multi-touch attribution, as an option. And similarly, from an advertiser lens, investing in your first-party data. How do you build out that first-party user store, your EMP, so that you are fairly well prepared and less impacted to run, these campaigns in a new world. So with that, I'd like to invite Chair Pankaj on stage. He heads marketing technology and data sciences at P&G. And we'll spend the next 15 or 20 minutes getting to hear Jay's thoughts on some of the questions on the programmatic ecosystem. Hi, Jay, welcome.
Hi, Vasudha. Hello, everybody.
Great. So, Jay, we just finished talking a little bit about the trends which are shaping the programmatic ecosystem. Would love to get your thoughts on a couple of things around just the state of adoption of programmatic in India, and what do you see as some of the barriers to adoption on the programmatic side?
Yeah, thanks, Vasudha. So, programmatic, I think we are still in early stages, and some of the numbers that you shared earlier would suggest that we are about 15% of the digital being spent for programmatic. Is very revealing compared to the 70-80% that we see in other markets which are more mature. But I think this trend is only going to grow, and sooner than later we'll be able to catch up with the numbers that we see in other markets. Now, if I think about what are the key barriers that we see in the market in terms of exploding and expanding programmatic faster, there are about 4 or 5. The first one is just awareness. So when we talk about programmatic in India, it's largely limited to the experience that you get on some larger platforms like Google. But if you look at the open programmatic or the open internet, and how you can access the inventory that is there, how you can access the audiences that are there on the open internet outside of the Google system, that awareness is fundamentally very, very low. And once that changes, both on the publisher side and the advertiser side, I think the programmatic numbers will really take off from that point on. So that's number one. The second one is the quality inventory. So I think it's very, very important that the audiences that you can access to programmatic, they can be pre-identified to a large extent based on their behavior, based on some of the other signals. And so a brand which wants to access some kind of audience is able to do that in a more or less accurate way. So that having the right inventory and opening up more of the publisher inventory to programmatic is going to be very key to growing programmatic in India. The third one is, of course, flows from the awareness, but just the fundamental openness to sharing data. I think there is a lot of apprehension for very bad reasons as to what may happen with the data of publishers once they start joining the programmatic bandwagon, particularly on the open programmatic or open internet side. And we need to do enough to reassure and to make the practices visible on what are various people doing in the chain on safeguarding and guaranteeing that the data is not going to be misused. The other one that I want to call out is, of course, there are different buying mechanisms on programmatic. There is real-time bidding, programmatic guarantee. You can also do PMP deals. Now, each have their own pros and cons. I don't want to go into those details, but how can we get into a world where we are doing more PMPs, where we are doing more RTBs, so that it really becomes the auction-led model that it is designed to do. And lastly is the measurement framework. Right? So how do we, once advertisers advertise in programmatic, how do we ensure that the way we measure success is well thought through? Because just taking the age-old ways in which we've measured our success in the past and repeating that in the programmatic platform may not be the right recipe for us to scale programmatic going forward. So in a sense, those are the 4 or 5 reasons to recap: the awareness, then the availability of quality inventory, openness of data sharing, the various buying models, the more share of real-time bidding and PMP deals, and lastly, being very clear on how do you measure the success of a programmatic campaign. Those are the 5 things that are very important for us to go over.
Sure. Thanks, Jay. So you mentioned these 5 aspects. Also want to understand a little bit around, how strong a role does the whole transparency aspect play when it comes to programmatic buying? What more do you think that exchanges or publishers can do from a transparency lens to enhance that experience for advertisers?
Right. So, as advertisers, when we advertise on any medium, whether it is programmatic or any other medium, what we foremost want to do is to have some kind of proof of performance. That ad was delivered. The ad was delivered to the intended audience. And of course, there are mechanisms to be able to do that by placing the right set of bars, rebate tags, what have you. And as long as we are doing that, there is performance coming back, and it's reassuring that we're meeting some of the objectives that we set out to meet. In terms of what else can be done as we go forward in terms of transparency, I think there are 2 little things that I would call out. One is what's the final dollar amount or the rupee amount that is being paid at various points in the chain, right? And that sometimes is not fully transparent from an advertiser perspective, and of course that would help very much, as you were also alluding to, in things like header bidding or supply path optimization. And corollary to that is how can we know exactly what the DSP is paying to the publisher, right? So that's just a subset of it. But those are the 2 points that I think we need to work on to improve the transparency. But aside from that, of course, some publishers are more open than others in allowing the vast and weekly tags to be available and to be put. But that's definitely like almost a precondition on basics for us to go ahead and find improvement.
Sure. Understand. So you're saying that basically the technologies around header bidding, stuff around supply path optimization, and also looking at some of these verification tags, them being implemented in the right way on publishers can all help with the transparency aspect in programmatic. So switching gears a little bit, Jay. So, as of course, a champion on the data side of things as well. What role do you think data-driven marketing is playing in programmatic? Right? How different is it from the world of the non-programmatic side of things, and how does data make this whole programmatic ecosystem better?
Yeah, I think the proposition that programmatic has is very simple and very clear. We know that behavioral audiences outperform demographic audiences, and programmatic allows you to do ways that no other platform can allow you to do. And that's why being sharper in your targeting, understanding the behaviors that your target segment has exhibited in the past by consuming different media or purchase behavior, allows you to be far more sharp-suited in how you access audiences and how you engage with consumers. So definitely the proposition on data-driven marketing is completely there. There's actually two ways about the benefits of programmatic through use of data-driven marketing.
Understand. And we earlier talked about how some of the changes in the ecosystem around cookies, around IDFA, obviously impacts the ability of an advertiser to identify and target an audience. So, how do you think we should be preparing for that change? What is the impact on ability to deliver your brand's outcomes, and how should we be planning for this in the medium to long term?
Yeah, I like to think about it in 3 ways. Really, first, I think the cookie deprecation on the Google side is still a year away or so. And really, in the digital world, 6 months to a year and a half is a very, very long time for us to achieve a lot, right? But we want to focus on as a company is making sure that we maximize the time that we have and take from there. So that's number one. But of course, we have to prepare for the eventuality. I'm confident that given the size and the scale of the business, this tech business, multi-billion dollar, we will find equally robust ways in keeping with the spirit of the change that we're witnessing. We will find equally robust ways to access audiences, right? It may not be the way that we've accessed in the past, maybe something different, but we definitely will find a way to embrace that in future. But the last point, and most importantly, is I think that also raises the importance of first-party data, and you were alluding to that a little bit. How do we, as advertisers, at the same time as with some partnerships, but also identify all the touch points or platforms that we have or can create where we can start getting more first-party data so that we can build that repository of audiences going forward as well.
Yeah, no, that's a fair observation, and like you rightly said, I think first-party data will play a big role. Which brings me also to the point because you obviously also need data sciences. So, what will be the role of what do you see the role of data sciences and this whole ML AI wave being in programmatic media buying, right? Especially since some of these identifiers evolve over a period of time.
I think the role of the role of AI, ML, or data science is going to be even stronger in the future. And really, there are two areas, if I may call out. First of all, the right to win for data science in ad tech is very, very huge because data science feeds on enormity of data and velocity of data, right? So large amounts of data coming at you at a very breakneck pace. There are two places where I see data science playing a huge role. One is in buying. So how do you identify what's the right combination of audience, platform, publisher, creative, format, frequency, time of day? So there are these many variables that are at play when you want to maximize the outcome that you're seeking to achieve. And data science has the ability to almost identify the right combination of the sweet spot amongst all these several variables. The second one is, of course, in informing the right audiences, right? So, of course, a lot of the audiences are data-driven, but out of those audiences, how do you select or create a subset that you can go after more meaningfully to create engagement with the consumers and wow for our consumers? Then the second part is, aside from buying the audience, is really in using impression data. Impression data is for everybody the data that is coming back after you observe someone an ad. And there's a ton of information in the impression data that can allow us to select what's the right platform to work with, what's the right strategy going forward. It creates really a virtuous loop for us to maximize the ROI on programmatic ad spending. So yeah, those are the two areas broadly speaking, but data science is a huge role to play and a huge right to win in programmatic.
Understand. So that possibly brings me to the last question and a slightly different question, right? I think we talked about a couple of trends that are shaping the future. The fact that data science, ML, and AI will have an even stronger role to play. Switching gears a little bit again, what do you think of the whole connected TV and smart TV wave in India? We obviously know that video on demand is a big thing, and we've seen the whole OTT world order change. How do you see the role of connected TV shape up in India? I mean, markets in the West, connected TV is already a big part of programmatic video buying. What role do you think that will play in the next couple of months, quarters in India?
Yeah, I think it's going to grow in its salience and its prominence. We have to look no further than China to see some of the trends emerging in China. So it's going to only grow. And as for advertisers, I think it is important for us to be where the viewers are going to be, so that we can stay engaged, we can stay connected. There are many audiences today that are no longer on what in the West we call network television. Right? The only way you can find them is either on a TV platform or some of the other streaming platforms. And that's why it's very, very important that we go where the viewer is going to be, where the consumers are going to be, where the shoppers are going to be. I think the other thing that will become even more important, I think you touched on that as well in your talk, is cross-screen duplication and measurement. Right? So how do we look at the entire gamut of touch points, including network connected, OTT, and the rest of digital, and understand who we've reached, how many times we've reached them, and create a unified panel for measurement.
Great. I understand. So basically, it will, of course, also boil down to then looking at cross-device measurement, attribution, the entire chain, right? Because as consumers start spending more time across multiple screens.
Absolutely, Vasudha.
Great. Thanks so much for that, Jay. I think we're done with our questions. Thank you again for joining us. And thanks, everyone. It was lovely being here today.
Thank you. It was a pleasure. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much, Ms. Agrawal and Mr. Pankaj, for that insightful fireside chat. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, it's time we move to our masterclass. Now, if you have registered for your masterclass, you need to join in Breakout 1. Now, how do you do that? Is fairly simple. On your screen, on the left-hand side, you will find a bar that says stage. Please click on that. And while you click on the stage, you will find multiple options. Select Breakout 1. And if you have registered, you will be able to go in flawlessly. So if you have registered, please make sure that you join us in the Breakout 1 for the masterclass by Google. And for the rest of the people who are here, we're moving on with our next keynote session. And this will be on global advertising, the outlook for technology and new media. And for this, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Brian Weiser, Global President, Business Intelligence, Group M. Mr. Weiser, over to you.
Hi, I'm Brian Weiser from WTP's Group M. I'm the Global President of Business Intelligence. Thank you so much for tuning in to listen to me speak today and watch what I have to say. For background, those of you unfamiliar with me may want to know that I started my career as an investment banker, then became an equity research analyst, and then did an 8-year tour of duty in the advertising agency world, where I was able to put together a financial analyst's view of how the world operates and apply that to the advertising industry. I took a step away from that to become the CMO for an ad tech company shortly thereafter, and then went back to a Wall Street role where I became again an analyst covering much of the advertising industry. And for the last year and a half, I have been inside of Group M in this capacity where I oversee our thought leadership, primarily centered around this year, next year, which is our annual forecast of advertising trends. We cover more than 60 countries, including India, and in those numbers, we attempt to provide world-class estimates of how the advertising industry is faring in markets around the world and across different media. Supporting those views, though, we really have to start with an understanding of what's going on in the global economy and in economies of countries around the world. And it's been impossible to study any given economy without understanding the pandemic and how that's altering the world. It's safe to say that sitting here in late October, that the global economy has been badly impacted, but not as badly as we might have originally feared. Now, notwithstanding that India itself probably is faring a bit worse than might have been expected earlier on, the rest of the world has actually come out a little bit better than was originally anticipated. Now, to be clear, these are still historic declines that we're seeing. In the case of the United Kingdom, current estimates still have that economy as declining by more than at any rate than it has since 1707, which is stunning to think about. Other markets, such as the United States or most of Western Europe, it's only as bad as the Great Depression of the 1930s. So this is still pretty horrific by any standard. But again, we now know it could have been much worse. And there is still a wide range of outcomes in different countries. Certainly there's some relationship between how well an economy has managed the pandemic from a health perspective to how well the economy is fared. But you could even look at a market like Japan, where the death toll is relatively low, but the economy is very weak. South Korea, by contrast, similarly low impact from a health perspective, but a much stronger economy, relatively speaking. China, similarly, per the latest forecast from the IMF, should be some growth this year. Not a lot, but some. And that is saying something when you consider how far we've come since February. When we think about how markets such as the United States are faring, it's certainly going to be towards the bottom of the barrel, one of the worst impacted countries from a public health perspective, maybe more middle of the road from an economic perspective, but that's not a pairing that I think most people really want. nonetheless, the scar damage from the pandemic this year will probably weigh on the economy as we go into next year, and that does have ramifications for the rest of the world. Because if you don't have a strong American economy, you don't have this source of demand from markets from outside the world. More broadly, the anti-trade sentiment that has certainly dominated the current administration and will have a lot of supporters if it is the Biden administration. So let's not assume that that changes regardless of the winner of the upcoming election. That anti-trade sentiment has negative consequences that will play out and serve to constrain growth for the economy in the United States and in markets around the world as we go into 2021 and beyond. So that gives us a muted sense of recovery. Again, some markets will have fantastically rapid growth, if only because the markets were so weak this year. The underlying trends supporting growth will probably resume normally in 2022 and beyond. Of course, this is all assuming that there is a vaccine and it's widely distributed by some point in the middle of next year. And so when we think about the knock-on effects of this pandemic and what it's meant for human behavior more than anything else, the transition to all things digital has been remarkable, both from a consumer side and from a business side. Faced with the threat of going under and lacking any business in many cases, it seems that small businesses in particular may have aggressively transitioned their operations online for the purpose of selling something rather than nothing. At the same time, large brands looking for ways to continue operating also try to prioritize their efforts online, although in many cases, many of them just concentrated their relationships with those retailers who remained open. And of course, consumers were more than willing to buy these products by any means available. I can speak from my own example. I am a big fan of coffee here in Portland, Oregon. We care a lot about that. And I used to go to my local barista and pay $5 for a cup of coffee. And now I pay $75 for a 3-week supply of beans from that same barista sent to me in the mail, even though it's only $2 away. And we are here now 7 months into this. It's a new habit. And I think that speaks to the broader trend that I don't think that we're going back or taking a step back. We have arrived at a new plateau for digital and sales through e-commerce and other related channels. And future growth really will come from that new base. That has impacts on advertising, of course, as well. Now, maybe it's not always wise to directly map your media spending to the retail environments in which consumers are shopping. There are certainly advantages, but I think about the auto sector where faced with closure of retail stores where consumers typically look at cars, those auto manufacturers aggressively shifted all of their resources into online marketing in March and April. That kind of ignores that the life cycle of a car purchase could be 10 years or more. You go through this process, it takes a lot of time. It has very little to do, arguably, with a short-term exposure to a campaign. And so, nonetheless, this is what happens. And I think that across categories, marketers will have shifted their resources in support of their e-commerce endeavors, whether that's e-commerce led by traditional retailers, e-commerce from pure play sellers of goods, or direct-to-consumer properties. Now, every marketer will find that there are different types of platforms to prioritize. Those marketers who primarily sell their goods through stores which are deemed essential, food and beverage stores, and may have stayed open in many countries around the world throughout the pandemic, those manufacturers will probably have found that they need to rely even more on their traditional distributors. Their traditional distributors will be selling more online, and to the degree that manufacturers want to maintain relationships with those retailers, they will push hard on their digital sales through those third parties. And so that will lead to a certain series of digital and e-commerce related advertising solutions. Others, especially those who will have found that their primary retail outlets were completely closed or non-existent, will probably have realized that it's necessary to invest more heavily in their own controlled direct-to-consumer platforms, whether that's selling traditional services or traditional goods and services, or creating new ones. And certainly we've seen many examples of that throughout the pandemic. All of this becomes certainly necessary as we proceed through the latter part of 2020, where second waves or third waves or continuing never-ending waves of the pandemic continue to impact markets. Certainly a baseline expectation is that until there's both a vaccine and wide distribution of that vaccine, and a lot of consumers, the majority who are willing to take it, this new normal will persist in some form. So marketers still certainly have time. The other thing that I think will play out as we think about what's impacting marketers and the decisions that they'll make is this notion of geographic spheres. Certainly we're starting to see this, or we have seen it for a long time when it comes to dominant media owners in, say, Russia, or dominant media owners in China, and how they're entirely different than those who are dominant in most other countries. The global trade disputes that we've seen will, let alone geopolitical concerns, will certainly serve to amplify those spheres, or the interest in maintaining spheres from an economic perspective, let alone from a media perspective. And so it is important to think about how these platforms will be very different in different markets around the world. As we think about media consumption trends inside of this, maybe the most impactful change that we've seen through the pandemic relates to television. And television is, in most markets, certainly it was the go-to medium when people were locked in their homes. We saw in most markets around the world that there were very sudden spikes of consumption, call it 30%, as soon as a place went into a lockdown or faced restrictions on social activity. And the beneficiary of that was not exactly the incumbent broadcasters, although they often did fare better in April and May, but it was primarily the streaming services. And by that I mostly mean Netflix and Amazon Prime, others too. As the lockdowns or restrictions in most markets began to ease, traditional TV viewing trends started to look more like they were looking prior to February, which is to say most markets, stable overall growth, maybe a slight decline, but significant declines among key audience demographic groups. And so those trends seem to actually accelerate somewhat with respect to the declines in viewing of traditional TV among key audiences, while the total TV consumption more or less stayed in line. And what's likely happening, and it certainly is happening in the US, it's most likely happening in most other markets, is that the consumption of streaming services is becoming, it's growing faster than before from a new plateau. And the deep libraries that these platforms have certainly go a long way towards supporting that. Now, because these platforms are not ad supported for the most part, there are significant consequences for marketers. It means that it is harder to reach a core audience using television. Now, there are always going to be markets on Earth where there are significant sources of TV consumption which are not ad supported. Certainly, most countries with public service broadcasters have networks with significant audience share who do not sell advertising or sell much advertising. And marketers seem to make TV work in those markets. So I think that adding another 15 or 20% of viewing to some non-ad supported platforms in other markets may not be that big of a difference. But managing for reach and frequency is made more challenging. And it's arguably the single biggest challenge that the world's largest brands have. So long as they believe that television is the best way to convey a brand's attributes to consumers, to differentiate that brand from a competitor, to use sight, sound, and motion to amplify whatever elements the product is focused on. There really isn't a good comparison for that strategy. Digital media, broadly speaking, can't really satisfy it. Now, I should emphasize that when I talk about television, I mean premium video, typically long form. So in some markets, that might be different than what's in India. So Hotstar, for example, or Disney Plus, as I guess it's getting renamed, it is essentially TV in the context of what we would look at in many other markets. Certainly there's many points of view, but for the purposes of what I'm talking about, I think that most large marketers look at premium video more or less in the same way. It's clearly executed very differently. And so that does have operational considerations. To the extent that that kind of media vehicle is where the marketers want to concentrate their resources, there's going to be challenges to manage. And managing for reach and frequency, as I say, is probably the single most important challenge that many of those marketers will face. But as I said before, for the legacy brands who are shifting resources online to broadly map where consumer purchases are shifting, the issue becomes less of an issue with every passing year. But television isn't completely dying. I mean, I use the example of it being an iceberg, and it's calving large chunks of ice, but it's still an iceberg. And to the extent that there are always new advertisers who want to capitalize on the medium, that will help support growth. So when we think of the world's largest digital companies, so Amazon, eBay, Facebook as a marketer, Google, Tencent, Alibaba, Booking.com, putting aside the travel issues right now, it's not hard to find 10 players, 10 companies that account for 40 or $50 billion of annual spending, a substantial amount. And these companies have risen from zero not very long ago. So we have to remember that as those marketers transition their spending to more brand-centered campaigns, they will also shift resources into television. And that will help limit the decline. And to be clear, we're not saying it's going to be meaningful growth for television as a medium, but certainly there are factors that are limiting the decline, even as audience declines start to become, they continue to become problematic. Maybe just continuing on a few other relevant topics here. When we look at other media that we're focused on, certainly television and digital capture the bulk of attention, but outdoor advertising warrants some discussion. This is an odd year for outdoor advertising. It is a year where many marketers have just tried to cut their outdoor spending entirely because the basic assumption is that people wouldn't be out of home. And it's true, most people are out of home a lot less, and in many cases their patterns of traffic are completely different. But that doesn't mean that they're not out there and not still able to look at a billboard in a relatively uncluttered environment. But it's a good illustration that value and price and spending don't necessarily map to each other. We do expect that, for the most part, outdoor advertising will have a pretty quick rebound. The underlying trends supporting outdoor advertising remain very positive, very favorable, especially as digital concepts are applied to the medium. Digital out-of-home advertising provides a lot of benefits for purposes of managing inventory, both from a buyer's perspective and a seller's perspective, integrating campaigns with other activities better. And so certain categories as well, or who historically have been skewed towards outdoor, are likely to be strong again. So luxury and technology products. Basically, everyone wants to be like Apple. And I think that that really encourages a lot of marketers to use the medium. Some irony, I've just mentioned that out-of-home advertising is probably the least used medium this year, and it will rebound. The decline in outdoor advertising is forecast to decline by about as much as print, even including their digital extensions, despite being arguably the medium we need the most this year. And we don't expect any real rebound around the world for print, including their digital extensions. There will be exceptions, to be clear, because I think marketers, certainly where journalists and journalistic enterprises continue to invest in their platforms, in their content, marketers will follow suit. They will invest against strong media brands. Problem with newspapers and print and magazines, as a subset of that, is that most owners of print publications have been disinvesting in their properties. And if there's no meaningful differentiation in the property, then why not just buy an audience on the web? And I think that's unfortunately what's happened. It's been there's no real signs of that trend changing, at least at an industry level. Individual properties, individual media owners certainly are making a difference, and we can point to some of the world's best newspapers are absolutely investing more into their content, and they're focusing as much on audience data, which increasingly is helpful, especially in a world where first-party data will only become more and more important in worlds where the likes of Apple make it restrictive to use cookies or other forms of audience identification. And so there's still a solid future for journalistic enterprises who invest against their business. Well, as I see we're approaching the 20-minute mark, I understand that there are questions, and a few have been sent to me, so I will address them now. The first question, as marketing is the internal function of any organization, an organization would like to have its own digital marketing team in-house, and with growing trends where organizations prefer to have in-house digital team for various benefits, what does the future hold for digital agencies? Where should they focus and build skills and expertise to be and stay relevant? A fantastic question, and one that I certainly have spent a lot of time thinking about. As an analyst covering stocks associated with the advertising industry, including my own company and our current competitors, this was an issue that would come up certainly from the first days of my coverage. I think there were marketers who started by assuming, and investors certainly, who thought that because a marketer can buy directly, they will. Well, there are some marketers who think that's reasonable, that because they can do something, they should. And many of those marketers aren't always counting all of the hidden advantages, if you will, from working with agencies. Those advantages primarily are things like expertise and knowing the best tactics to work with marketers. Now, in a world that is stable and static, a marketer probably can build out their plans and their teams and their workflows and everything else, and develop expertise probably almost as well, if not just as well, as a large agency. And to that I point out Anheuser-Busch famously for decades had their own television buying operation in the United States until very recently. And if you're them and you're primarily advertising on sports, and you know how to do that better than anyone else, and you're integrating tightly with sports-related activities, well, it made sense, I think. And again, there's many other examples like that where you have a static world. The other situation where it can make a lot of sense certainly is where you're too small, or where the brand is too small to justify working with an external partner. But then when we think about even marketers who need to be able to tightly integrate data that may be proprietary, and they're large and they need to benefit from skills, they can still stand to work with agencies and benefit from the expertise that agencies can bring. And there's plenty of hybrid models that that can work. I do think that as we look forward, that many marketers will find that the world is not static, but the best advantage and the best reason for a marketer to want to manage work themselves may very well relate to tightening the times between developing an idea, gathering data, and running a campaign. And again, there are many advantages to still working with agencies in support of those initiatives. There's many examples of marketers where we do something like that. But it's more of an understanding that marketers will do it regardless of whether or not it's the best thing, but they'll certainly try it in many cases. And in some cases, they'll find that it works well with their organization. They have all the right ways to work together between brands and marketing teams. And in many other cases, they won't. We certainly have seen many cases where marketers have brought this sort of work in-house and then sent it back out. Again, I'm talking now mostly about a world where things are relatively static and stable. To the extent that the world is not static and stable, and that over a multi-year period of time, you could assume that today's dominant players as media owners maybe aren't dominant media owners, or maybe as a marketer, you want to make sure that you don't feel like they're dominant and that you feel like you always have strategies and alternatives to work with. You're going to need best practices that come from continuing to work with agencies. So I make that point in context of what does the future hold for digital agencies. I think that certainly partnering with and supporting a marketer's objectives is first and foremost the most important thing. If a marketer, for one reason or another, feels very strongly that they are better off for managing work in-house, finding ways to be supportive, no different than law firms have teams of lawyers who support companies' general counsels. And maybe a company has decided they're going to manage most of that work in-house, but they still benefit from external parties. So that sort of high-level advisory work can be one way. Another way is to make sure that if maybe the marketer wants to maintain a high-level work, but it's the low-level stuff that requires so much scale, and maybe the company isn't willing to invest against that kind of scale to make for an efficient operation. Well, so then there's managing that scaled workflow. But more generally, and this is sort of the thing that ultimately will support the value of agencies, it's all about ideas and the best ideas. And by ideas, I mean both at the creative side, where it's about figuring out what the great big concept is that will help a marketer differentiate themselves from everyone else, and ideally then tying that to the underlying product. But also ideas about how to make media work, how to make advertising better for people, for customers, for partners, etc. And I think that a lot of those best ideas will come from the people who have the best ideas. The question will be, can you as an agency attract the best people? Because I think that it's safe to say that the most creative people, well, truly can be found anywhere. They're more likely to end up concentrating with other people who are comparably good. And so that becomes the real attraction of agencies, I think, in a world where a marketer can in-source. Again, it doesn't mean that they will, and it doesn't mean that they always will. I guess the last question for right now reads, due to clutter, consumer attention span and recall is a potential challenge. How do we see the next set of technologies making it experiential for consumers? So let me take that through the lens of clutter in general and challenges with consumer attention. First of all, I come back to the point I just made about big ideas. To the extent that you have a standard idea about what a brand stands for, that will cut through all clutter. I really believe that. I think that every marketer should think in terms of their first dollar going towards their brand, and then the next dollar going towards the product that supports what that brand promises. Beyond that, now we look at the tactical level. I think the big issue is always, and this is a philosophical point, every marketer should go into a situation with a BATNA, a best alternative to a negotiated agreement. And that really means making sure that you're thinking through alternatives. If television, for example, has become cluttered or too cluttered, and you feel it's diminishing in value, or the same could be true on the web. Maybe there's too many ads per minute of time exposure that a consumer faces. Well, what's your next best alternative? I realize that's part of the question, but this should be an ongoing exercise. And what that next best alternative is may not be a media choice. It might be a broader marketing choice. It could also be that you need to reassess the metrics you're using. So, for example, maybe you're buying media from a publisher who's selling too many ads. Maybe it's possible to buy all of the ads. And that is to say, maybe your prices will go up, but your value might go up by more. So the more you can maintain flexibility on all the variables that go into how you think about media, I think will be really key to managing a world with increasing clutter and challenges in engaging with consumers. I'll leave it right there for now. But if anyone has a question beyond this, or you'd like to reach out to me, I can be found at brian.weiser, W-I-E-S-E-R, at groupm.com, or just go to groupm.com and you can find some of the things we've written, get our publications. We have mailing lists for various things. And I hope you enjoy the rest of the event. And thank you very much for taking the time. Have a great day.
Thank you so much, Mr. Weiser, for that intriguing session. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining in, welcome to MMA Impact India 2020. We are so excited and thrilled to have you guys here. Before we move on, I would like to thank all our partners and sponsors for making this amazing event possible. Presenting sponsor InMobi and Sony Live, program and streaming partner Unreal Engine, masterclass partner Google, corporate partners Ad Colony and Oracle. So as I was saying earlier, without the undying support and of course So as I was saying, if you just joined in, thank you so much for giving your valuable time to us and welcome to MMA Impact India 2020. This is the first virtual event we're doing in the last 9 years of the editions that we presented to you. And we're talking about shape the future of modern marketing. So if you want to continue the conversation on the social networks, use the hashtag shape the future and join in the conversation. With this, I have to thank all our partners and sponsors for making this edition possible. It was not possible without the undying support that the sponsors have given us. So we'd like to thank our presenting sponsor InMobi and Sony Live, program and streaming partner Unreal Engine, masterclass partner Google, and of course corporate partners Ad Colony and Oracle.
As technology changes, one truth remains. Consumers want their brand communications and experiences to be meaningful and relevant. At InMobi, we understand that driving real connections is easier said than done. Our mobile intelligence and technology platforms provide brands the opportunity to connect with their consumers at every mobile moment of truth. InMobi, driving real connections.
Early 90s, the old heroes were gone and the new ones were yet to rise.
घर में भी लोकल ट्रेन वाली फीलिंग आती है साला ऐसे ही चलता रहा ना थोड़े दिन में धक्का मुक्की भी चालू हो जाएगी
आम आदमी पहली बार अपनी किस्मत को मार्केट के जरिए बदलने में लगा था
शेयर मार्केट वाली बात को लेकर मैं सीरियस हूं पैसा तो बनेगा भाई लेकिन बहुत रिस्की है रिस्क है तो रिस्क ट्रेडिंग अकाउंट चालू करने का टाइम आ गया। और ये नौकरी मैं यहाँ नौकरी करने थोड़ी आया। देख मैं हिस्ट्री बनाना चाहता हूँ और इसमें मुझे जो भी फायदा होगा उसका एक हिस्सा आपका।
हर्षद शेयर मार्केट को अपनी दुनिया बनाने में लगा था और धीरे धीरे उसकी ये दुनिया बड़ी होने लगी थी।
अब दौड़ना भागना नहीं है, सीधा छलांग लगा। बस लाला तो आराम से सांस ले ले, हवा का रुख बदलने वाला है।
बीएससी के हर जॉबर और ब्रोकर को बता दो कि अभी अपना टाइम दो। मेहताना राजमा मार्केट मजा।
हर्षद मेहता लाइन क्रॉस कर रहा है।
इस बार मेहता मरेगा। You kill him in the share market. We will stab him in the money market.
From rags to riches to the dollars.
तेरी धन राशि पे शनि बहुत भारी है भाई।
जब जेब में मनी हो ना तो कुंडली में शनि होने से कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता। ये मेरी एस्ट्रोलॉजी।
Creativity lies in all of us. It's what makes us human. It starts with an idea, the desire to create, to solve, to play, to share, to interact. Together we can build new worlds. Freedom to create for all.
I feel like I've given everything I can, but there's just no connection. We've lost that spark. And to be honest, I'm fed up. I've told you where I want to go, what I want to do, but it's like you're not even listening to me. I'm sick of waiting around while you try to figure out who I am and what I want. I'm Natalie. I'm 32 years old. I like going out, running, trying the latest tech. You should know this by now. I just want things to be easy, for you to get me. And sometimes I want you to make some suggestions, to do something that surprises me, that shows me you know me. I feel like you're not connecting the dots, like you're not seeing the link between all the different things that make me, me. I know it's not always easy to make the perfect connection, but if others can do it, why can't we? Now's the time for us to reconnect.
So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. You just saw all our partners and sponsors who made this virtual edition possible. We want to extend our gratitude to all of them, and of course to each one of you who's logged in right now with us. So this is the first virtual event that we're doing. MMA Impact India 2020 is absolutely excited and thrilled to have you here. We're talking about shape the future of modern marketing. Please use the hashtag shape the future and join in the conversation on the social networks. With that, I would also encourage you all to kindly check out all the verticals that we have available for you on this platform. Expo area is one such area that I would highly recommend you all to go and look for yourself. And of course, at the MMA table, we have MMA representatives who will be there to assist you with any questions, queries that you have. You can, if you want to know anything about the sessions that we've had so far, the coming sessions, if you want to know more about any specific detail, MMA representatives will be there and happy to help you. So make sure that you go and check out MMA table. And of course, on the right hand side, you can see the chat options, the poll options. So we will be keep on running these small polls and quizzes in between. But if you have any questions, you can simply go to the right hand side of your screen, and there you will find an opportunity for you to ask the question. We'll make sure that you get the answer as soon as possible through the speakers that we have for you. Along with this, as I said earlier, there are a lot of places where you can go and explore on this platform. So make sure that you do it. So we'll be back with more content for you. We have an amazing session coming on this very screen in a couple of minutes from now. Till then, we'll take a small break. Go get yourself hydrated. I know it's been a long day thus far, and we want all the energy back into the room. So please be back here really soon. We'll be starting with the amazing sessions that we have for you. So until then, we have a short break and we'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Thank you so much for joining in once again. Welcome back. Coming up next is a panel discussion in partnership with Group M and MMA on unveiling MMA annual report, Modern Marketing Reckoner. And for this, I would like to call Dipali Nair, Chief Marketing Officer, IBM India and South Asia. To join her, we have Mr. Tushar Vyas, President Group M South Asia. Along with him, Mr. Rohit Dadwal, Managing Director, APAC Mobile Marketing Association. And as a moderator, we would like to welcome Mr. Prashant Kumar, MMA India Co-Chair and Chief Executive Officer, Group M South Asia. Ladies and gentlemen, your panel. I hand it over to Mr. Kumar over there.
Good to be here.
Welcome, Prashant sir. Welcome, Rohit sir. Welcome, Dipali ma'am. Welcome, Tushar sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Hi, PK. Hi, Dipali.
Hi, Rohit.
Hi, Rohit. Hi, Dipali. Just waiting for Tushar to come.
I think we'll push Tushar after Ravin leaves.
Maybe.
So it's an exciting report. I had the chance to look at some of the insights and some of the articles here. I thought something very interesting, and to call it the marketing reckoner, I thought was an appropriate name. And going forward, as we move into the changes of what the modern marketing and helping shape the future would be, I think this helps position that very well for India.
Yeah, I echo that, and in fact, some of the learning and insights has been quite, interesting, especially in these times, right?
Yeah, COVID times.
Yeah. So, how have you been, Dipali? All good.
All good, very, very busy. I think both consumers and organizations are going to a time of change and doesn't seem to be ending. I think that's the new reality. Very, when you say future is unpredictable, I think that is what has come home to all of us now.
Yeah. Very true.
We're still waiting for Tushar to come in.
That's right.
Okay.
Shall we get started?
Yeah, let's start then. Okay, great. First of all, many thanks to Dipali and Rohit to join the panel. Especially in these times, we're getting used to all the virtual panel, right? There could be there could be some technical delay to everybody who's part of the, is participating, viewing the panel and listening to us. But we'll make it more interesting for all of you. Before we get to the panel, I thought let me just set the context, right? Let me introduce the topic and share my initial thoughts, and then we can have an interesting discussion with all the panelists. The MMA annual report launch, partnership with Group M this year, is titled The Modern Marketer Reckoner. This report has been conceptualized keeping in mind the business and the ecosystem situation in 2020.
several marketers were spoken to, and the key theme that emerged as a point of concern was the uncertainty which exists currently, and therefore how to navigate that. Therefore, we put together a report which essentially does two things. One is it captures the uncertainty and the changes which happened in 2020 at various levels, which is section 1 of the report that is titled as Nothing is Uncertain. The second one, it provides a modern marketing reckoner to marketers on the key strategic tentpoles they should look at. So to navigate the ambiguity and the uncertain business and economic landscape. This is section 2 of the report, and it is titled as Everything is Possible. When I was going through the report, it is quite holistic, and it brings in essentially that uniqueness. It also covers a wide range of topics, ranging from the social culture impact of COVID impact on media consumption to changing shopping behaviors. Well, it also explores strategic tentpoles for marketers like real-time consumer insights, MarTech, content and creativity, marketing ROI, changing distribution models, and brand safety. What I felt is even more exciting is that this brings to you the minds of the best in the industry. In the report, you will contain the POVs from 20 plus industry experts and MMA board members in the many areas mentioned. You will also have, get to see some of the POVs in the group and leadership as well as the subject matter experts. So that is a quick snapshot of this setting the context on the report. Now let us move into discussion with our panelists waiting there. Now that we have Tushar also, right? So great. Once again, welcome Deepali, Rohit, and Tushar. Let me start my first interaction with. Let me start with Deepali, right? So Deepali, these have been special time, right? And we also, one question keep coming in everybody's mind is why most people believe that back to normal is probably at least 4 to 6 months away. Some also believe that maybe it is a year away, right? Getting to normal. What are your thoughts as a marketer, and how do you want to react to it?
PK, I think it is extremely important that marketers stop asking this question of crystal gazing and saying, is it 2 quarters away, is it 4 quarters away, or is it 6 quarters away? Because I think every market is going to react differently to it. I'm part of the APAC leadership team on marketing, and when we look at Australia, it's a different context. Korea is a different context. GCG, China for us is a different context. Singapore is different, and India is different, right? And I think what is the reality for all of us is that let's just look at next quarter and the next. Let's just keep ourselves ready for the next 6 months. Let's take decisions of imagining that the circumstances are going to be similar in the next quarter as they are today, and take decisions, and then come to the quarter after that. I think whether it comes to spends, whether it comes to ROI, whether it comes to deciding marketing tactics, we have to therefore what I call be truly agile in the way we work, in the way we take decisions. I think if you are used to doing cycle only of a year-long annual plan, then it is time to break it into a quarterly cycle. I don't think anyone can predict it. And I also think that it should be very easy for marketing teams to do it. I think we've been very agile for a very long time. I mean, we've seen the shifts that have happened, whether it is usage of digital marketing over, a 5-year period, whether it is, within digital marketing, some publishers working for us or not, when programmatic came in, we did a lot of shift that time. So we're all used to shifts. I think just a mental makeup of not being able to plan for the next 12 months is a, psyche that we need to move away from.
Okay, thanks for that advice to a lot of marketers, where agility in marketing plans, right, and adapting to step by step is extremely critical here, right? As well as I think looking at how we can move from quarter to quarter is a great great advice. So thanks for that, Deepak. We all are in a competitive world, and this one is to you, right? And you actually you get a chance to see across the world. You get a chance to see in deep with multiple markets. And the question is, what according to you, is a brand should do to stay connected with their consumers, especially in these times, right?
It's yeah. Thank you for that, PK. I think there are a couple of things. Let me start with first and foremost to echo what Dipali was saying, that we are living in times which are either quarter by quarter, month by month, based on whatever the preferences are and howsoever the marketers are looking at it. But when we spoke to several marketers, the key things that we were able to drive, and I do this across China, which is a completely open market and there's no COVID that's happening there, and we are doing everything that needs to be done as if business was running in 2019 or before, to a market like India, which is starting to build on the COVID and starting to work around COVID, because this is there for certain, and this uncertainty of the times that we are living in is something that every brand has managed to comprehend. They've understood it and they're willing to work on it. I don't think so there's anybody who's either dismissive or arrogant, if you will, to say that we don't know and we are not sure whether it can be done. And therefore, the tagline of our mobile marketing right now is nothing is certain and everything is possible. I think it's really lends itself to that question that you are asking, PK, is around the world. We've seen the worst, but we also come out the best and on the top with certain marketing challenges, certain marketeers, etc. And it captures the uncertainty of the changes that were there in the business. And what it also helps to provide, as you can see on the screen, the modern marketing screen, it also is our discussion with close to about 50 contributors to build this document, along with MMA and Group M. But we also got contributions from a lot of marketeers. And those marketeers clearly have stated in all of their experience that it is holistic in terms of the impact that COVID has had. And we have learned from this to explore what the strategic tent poles will be for marketers and the consumer insights, if you will. Content or creativity, or marketing or ROI, whatever you look at it. And it therefore becomes very important to understand the challenges that these marketers have posed to the industry on the whole. And as MMA, our effort is to really make sure that the industry comes together to help deliver on some of these challenges, work together for the marketers to build on these challenges, and then have solutions that we believe truly will solve what the modern marketing will be in days to come, and what the future of this business will be. And definitely digital is leading that as we speak, and a lot of the marketers are doing that as we speak. So and PK, if you give me permission, I do want to launch the first poll at this point in time, which I had created. The poll was around the question that you have, somewhat related to that, and the poll will come on the screen anytime soon. Is what do the marketers really want? Is this something that matters to them? So the questions that we have on the poll, which will be coming on for the contributors to answer, is what matters most to a marketer: attribution, brand safety, ad fraud, or ROI? So and this is based on the discussion, again, on all the discussion that we've had with the people, and we understand that these are all important elements for all of us. So I would say the representation of the answers and the notes in the ready reckoner, mobile marketing reckoner, would be very helpful for the audience and for the industry as a whole. And I do see PK seem to have dropped off at this point in time, and he's not on the stage. So why don't I kind of take over from him for the moment and go on go on to the next part, if you will, on and bring in Tushar. The PK is back, so I don't have to bring in Tushar.
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
No worries.
I could hear you everything. Um, anyway, thanks for that. And you know, Tushar, as Rohit you were mentioning, let me get Tushar into it.
Yeah.
Tushar, it's been a very unprecedented year, right? 2020 has been a year of flux and every way possible, right? The growing importance of mobile marketing during this pandemic, and how a few would have stood out in this field. Can you shed some light on that, please?
Sure. Thanks again. Hello, everybody. So fortunately, I've been sort of associated with MMA for a long time, and let me go back a bit in time. So, and Rohit, you might remember, 2015 we have launched this in the similar forum. We spoke about no mobile, no marketing.
Yes.
And that was sort of a bold statement that time, right? So, and you can see the 5 years down the line, things have changed. Things have changed drastically. Mobile happens to be largest medium, not in terms of depth, but even in terms of time spent and type of consumption and width of consumption which is happening, right? So there's, it's just no more a secret that as far as the India internet goes, it's a mobile internet predominantly. And if you look at COVID period, there is a huge amount of tailwind which happened in terms of consumer adoption, and can sort of go on in terms of type of behavior change happen. But broadly, you can say there are many new habits which has emerged, and there are many habits which has got accelerated, right? So areas like commerce and stuff. But what I want to focus in this couple of minutes is more in a context of marketing and 4 area which sort of stands out of here, and I would like to highlight 4 points here. One thing which has changed is focus on consumer journey. Unfortunately, for marketers, the consumer back in focus. So it's no more medium, but consumer, understanding data around consumer, and then making decisions. So that's a changing, and I see this as a sort of long-term change. More journey, touch point, and then sort of right vehicle selection in those areas, right? So that's one change I see. Second I see is basically acceleration of e-commerce, and specifically I would like to highlight is not only sort of adoption, but the basket and your category got added to the e-com bucket, right? So your shopping basket got wider, number of items has sort of increased, number of new categories got added. So I'd like to call out 2 sort of sub-trend which is going to be very important. One is the omni-channel commerce has become sort of mainstay, and it's again going to grow, whatever you call it, omni-channel or a new retail. And the second area is social commerce. So again, it sort of started growing, and it will continue to grow within that. The third point I would like to highlight is jugalbandi between content and influencer. And we have seen multiple interesting work which has happened during the COVID time. And that has become completely a new channel, and eventually the commerce will start getting added to it, and in some pockets already started getting added to it. So jugalbandi between content, influence, and commerce is again interesting area, and it will open up a whole lot of new opportunity. And finally, hyper local location. So Deepali touch upon sort of market, but when you look at within the market, it's going even deeper, right? And many markets are thinking not only social culture region, but even pin code level, because in a way, pandemic has forced marketer to think that way in terms of impact of COVID and how the economy opened up during that phase. So planning at pin code level, planning at micro market is here to stay, and many activity, many prioritization, budget, all this will start getting allocated based on that. So, and these are the 4 highlights I want to give. But as Rohit has mentioned, there's extensive detail which is got covered in the report.
If I may just add to that, I think there was a session yesterday which I was listening to, which Bessie Lee was talking about the social commerce in China and how luxury brands and others are looking at to Shah's point. commerce is really going to be a big driver. And all this while marketers have always been trying to justify why digital, how digital, I think the attribution angle and the ROI angle is now in the last 6 months have been proven like never before. And it's scientific, it is data which is irrefutable. And I think Tushar has hit the nail on the head by saying that that is going to be a key driver as we move forward for everybody.
Yeah, Rohit, the why question is almost disappeared, right? It's now the question is how and what. So I don't think you nowadays get why question anymore. So.
Yeah. Great. That was very insightful. I could see the development also happening. So very interesting. So great. So we had Dipali initially talking about how we got to be adaptive. We had Rohit talking about a few ways in which brands could stay connected with consumers. Then we had Tushar talking about different aspects that we have been seeing, different areas that are actually growing importance now. All this actually brings to the next, probably a very important question, and this I think should ask the marketer, right, in the panel, which is so ROI. It is an important aspect, right, and especially now we see since brands do different ways to reach their audience. What are your views, on the same, especially given these very evolved times, Dipali?
PK, I think ROI has earned the seat on the table for the marketers, not just during COVID times, even pre-COVID. I think what has become very apparent to a lot of marketers during COVID is that ROI is where they will stay alive, within an organization, as I call it. Imagine that organizations and companies are struggling for cash flows. They are going to therefore prioritize the most important investments. That could sometimes be technology, for building digital experience. That could be technology for cybersecurity. That could be technology for remote working. But they will, of course, invest in marketing for the one that delivers ROI. If you have to look at human mind, if you have to look at the mind of the leader and the CEO, and has to ensure that his organization survives, he will look at spends which deliver ROI to him. Having said that, that's if I look at that as a global principle, I think there are different categories. When you look at e-commerce, and whether it is social commerce like Tushar spoke about, whether you're looking at a small store who may have turned to Instagram the first time around, he's actually going 100% into marketing because that's the only way that he can get business into his store or sell, online. That is extreme example of ROI-driven marketing, where every dollar that you're spending, you're actually, then saying, what am I getting out of it? The second is certain brands which, by virtue of the categories that they are in, do not have to justify, the marketing spends. Amul is an example. I think as a category, they've done a dramatically good job in ensuring that India doesn't go vegan. And I have said that to Mr. Sodhi personally, and said that, you've done a remarkable job over there. Now, if Amul as a brand, given the equity that they've had for, many, many years, decide to invest some part of the, marketing into actually creating better experience, better distribution, reaching more consumer, I think that part of the authenticity of the brand, will come through. So the meaning of ROI also changes. There are certain brands who will still look at the ROI as I look at in a B2B domain and in a tech spend, brands is to say I invest $100 and what's the business I'm getting out of it. However, there will be certain brands where growth is not an issue. Whether be it OTT channels, be it certain technology firms, be it FMCG food, they will look at ROI from marketing in a different fashion. So the definition of ROI changes across categories is the way I would leave the thought process.
Well, that's quite interesting. In fact, these are also evolving, category to category, right? And there are goals, and how we look at those goals and how we apply them, and therefore how it make it more meaningful, right?
However, I do want to add that I think if you look at it from the industry perspective and the ecosystem perspective, I think the marketing service providers need to think that there will be a shift. This is my personal prediction. There will be a shift from what we call the non-ROI related spends to ROI spend, because ROI spends will just become more essential from a business driven perspective.
Fantastic. So that's a good way to, look at this entire channel of ROI and how marketers look at it. Thank you, Nikhil. Yeah. So obviously, when we are looking from ROI perspective, and which means looking at more objectively, looking at your data points on that. Tushar, this is to you. While we are especially during this pandemic, and especially during these times, we are witnessing evolving practices, right? For example, data insights are becoming, an important lens for a constant check. What's your perspective? What's your view on this, especially during these times?
Let me answer in a couple of parts. So there is sort of macro level data, and then there is a consumer data, and then related entire conversation around ROI, right? So if you look at during COVID macro level data, for example, like what we converted is more like a dashboard kind of thing to understand and decode what is happening around it. So we looked at consumer trend, we looked at content consumption, we looked at even mobility and location data. So how many people are stepping out, what's the traffic, what's air quality index. So basically, we looked at multiple signals to understand and decode sort of various location, various consumer behavior, and then sort of build a right recommendation in terms of what to do. But if you look at the broader level consumer, I think what is happening in last sort of few quarters or few years, the dimension of data available is drastically changing, right? And there's a multitude of possibility which is opening up, starting from our consumer behavior data to government data. So there is a broader data democratization opening. There's more avenues are opening up. However, in a mobile context, I would like to highlight two areas in which mobile contributes hugely in terms of driving the business of data. So one is behavior data, second is location data, and that's a very, very important sort of for any marketer today. And I almost go up to saying this location is more like a new SEC as far as the marketing goes. So if you go deeper into that, when I spoke about full funnel, Deepali also spoke about the accountability. So the data to drive full funnel understanding, data to drive consumer journey understanding, and accountability. Those linkage are going to be very important. More and more brands will start sort of learning from the first party data. So understanding their core consumer, understanding first party is becoming a more mainstay, and that will become a new know your consumer sort of activity. Next thing is, and sort of I would like to put is the actionability and agility. So focus is more on the actionable inside, not just inside, but what can I do? How quick I can act on an insight or data is going to be very important. So actionability and agility. And I would like to highlight one watch out here. So many times basically there is a between the agility and real time. So real time can be often there is a trap there. But agility and strategy because of the real time data is the right approach in my mind. And finally, role of technology in terms of technology driving some of the analysis, so AI, ML kind of thing, and helping us make a quicker decision, better predictions. So all is going to be important. And I'm going to overlay with the responsible way of using data, and I'm sure the next session is going to cover. So we'll not go there, but that's a table stake when it comes to using data.
Great. So there are lots in this, right? So carefully looking at how creating a data stack and carefully using them intelligently, applying and leveraging insights. I mean, it's all about that, right? And especially in the evolving times, the more we're able to simplify this for every marketer and simplify and use it, I think it'll become a strong, strength for each organization, right? Great, thank you, Tushar. So maybe this leads to the next point, which is I thought let me ask this to Rohit. right? And we're seeing increased attention to all the digital investments, right, as well as continuous attention to offline activities, right? Something which has been going on for some time, especially in India, for the last couple of years. But now in these special times, only the accelerated attention is only digital is only going up. However, there are offline activities happening. Why is it necessary for any brand to have an online or offline integration in today's world? Do you think it's important? What are your views on that?
Yeah, I think it is, and we've touched upon the fact that commerce is important. Tushar just mentioned that the new SEC is the data pin code, etc. Whatever, howsoever we look at it. I think what is really important is we spoke a lot about data, but we tend to forget something which is very important. This data actually all belongs to the consumer. And what happens is that we start to look at that from a perspective of marketeer and ROI driven or engagement driven. So how I can bring my online asset closer to the consumer in an offline world, which is a very seamless way of doing it. But the more that more we do of that, the more we accumulate that information. It is also, I think, equally a responsibility on part of the marketeer and as well as the consumer of how that data is being looked at, how that is being treated, and how that is being served. Because if done properly, to your point, PK, the continuous evolution of this business will only become better if it does not jeopardize the basic ethos of privacy or uh, issues around data privacy, etc. Now, if you were able to connect the offline to the online world, there's a very old saying. I don't even know before I was born, which says 50% of the advertising dollar we don't know where it gets spent. Those 50% of the dollars are now being tracked. Every penny can be tracked when it is digital, and if that can lead the consumer back to offline, and you can make an attribution connection between an online advertising marketing effort and translate that into the dollars spent at a store near your house. There's no way anybody can debate this or challenge the viability of an O2O scenario, offline to online, online to offline scenario. But it needs to be dealt with and built with the conscious nature that it resides on, which is the data is a very important asset. It is the most important asset as we go along in the future, and how well it is treated. Because the marketer who doesn't treat that data well will not be spared by the consumers. That we know. This is a new world, the emerging world, and online to offline, offline to online is the future for that.
Thank you, Rohit. In fact, in this quick 30 minutes, we actually try to spend some time looking at various multiple ways of how marketers travel through these uncertain times. And some of it, also went on from being adaptive to looking at different ways to connect with consumers, to look at how data and insights are critical from an ROI perspective, right, including online offline perspective. And it looks like we have almost run out of time, right? So, otherwise, this conversation we could have gone on. So, a big thank you. Actually, in this current wave of uncertainty and ambiguity, it becomes even more critical for marketers to measure ROI and therefore invest in data and technology to do the same, right? I would like to give a big shout to everyone. This report not only brings forth analysis and observation, but also the best of the minds in the industry with several expert POVs from industry experts, MMA board members, as well as group of leadership specialists. So please make sure you get your copy. Once again, I would like to thank the team and to all the people who are listening in. It's been a pleasure watching all of you, and there has been learning as well. I hope we've given each one of you something to go back with. Many thanks everyone and stay safe. Thank you, Deepali. Thank you, Rohit. Thank you, Tushar. And
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you, everybody. And on behalf of MMA, I would like to really call out all the contributors. Diwali, you yourself are a contributor on this report, so thank you for that. And a lot of the other people, 50 other people, please download your copy of the report. It's going to be available on MMA website, and also we will share it to all of the people who have logged in and registered with us. There are a couple of thousand people, so please do download this. Gives you a good insight of what the future is, has been built, keeping in mind what the COVID challenges are, has been done during that time. So there's a good mindset and a good view of that. So I appreciate your support, PK and Tushar, to help build this. And this has been a long-term partnership between the two organizations. So we really appreciate that and support that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So that's the end of the session. Thank you so much, Ms. Nair, Mr. Vyas, Mr. Dadwal, and Mr. Kumar for sharing those valuable insights. I'm sure this report will be extremely useful for the industry, and it is going to be the toolkit for coming year, in which we will enable you to navigate uncertainty and pivot smoothly in your marketing decisions. So thank you so much once again to the last panel. And now it's time we do the last session of the day for you, where MMA is launching a white paper in partnership with Enfiltrip to unveil guidelines which are endorsed by leading marketers in the industry to enable brand safety. For this, I would like to welcome on screen Ms. Savita Pai, Chief Digital and Media Officer, Diageo, Mr. Ashish Firmani, Leader, India for Media and Entertainment, EY, Mr. Anand Chakrabarti, Managing Director, India Essence, and as the moderator, we have Mr. Dheeraj Gupta, CTO and founder, Mfilter. So that's the last session for you all, and I will hand it over to Mr. Gupta over there. Best for the last for you all. So we hope you all will thoroughly enjoy this session. And before I get all the speakers to join in, once again, let me refresh your memory on the hashtag that we have, where we would really be happy to have a conversation going. So use the hashtag Shape the Future and be a part of the conversation of MMA Impact India 2020. This is our first virtual event, and we are absolutely thrilled to present to you the last session. So I will hand it over to Mr. Gupta.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be on this session. And yes, it's the end of the day, but I think we try and make sure we keep it as exciting as possible. We have a great panel with us. We have an advertiser and Savita from DHU. We have an agency. We have Anand here, who's a stalwart in the Indian industry. We have Ashish, who is an auditor, ENY. I think we'll have a good discussion here, and we'll have a lot of interesting insights. By the way, for everyone, we have 2 polls which are there. If we would love your thoughts on those polls. But without wasting time, and I think it's the end of the day, so jumping in straight into this topic, brand safety, I think, is one of the very important aspects which every digital marketer kind of confirms with, lives with. If you randomly ask any digital marketer and say, "Hey, is brand safety a big issue for you?" 99 out of 100, they'll say, "Yeah, it's one of the most important things," right? But practically, what happens is that when advertisers are asked to actually validate brand safety, use tools for brand safety, actually audit or check their campaigns whether they're brand safe or not, it invest on. So, Savita, as an advertiser, conscious on brand safety to the level that they're ready to actually spend money and make sure that their brand
Gentlemen, thanks for joining today on this topic. And Neeraj, to get right to your question, I think advertisers are concerned. If that's the base question, they are concerned. We're concerned for a variety of reasons. At least DRG in particular is concerned about it very much. Given the type of communication we would like to put out, we'd like to ensure that it goes to the right consumers. We have to be very sensitive about where we are seen. If you know that at least for the last quarter, July to September, globally we were on a social pause. Protesting against the Black Lives Matter, or protesting for that in that sense. And we said that unless 4 different conditions are met, a bunch of us as advertisers said we will not. And it did have a huge impact, given that it's COVID and everybody's up there on digital. And it was a huge blow to us, when it came, just as our year was starting. But we're very passionate about it. So if that question is there, we are passionate about it. More importantly, at least DRGO, I can say, has 2 big initiatives running. Where we do take care of this. We have something called a trust marketplace, where we ensure that all the norms of brand safety are met by a lot of the platforms. And unless those platforms meet those conditions, we don't advertise. Again, this is a hard stance to take. I don't know how many marketers do that, right? Because we say that unless things are brand safe, we won't come on. And you can imagine how that eliminates a lot of platforms where we would love to be, where consumers are. So if your question is, are we serious? I think advertisers are getting serious. We know that it matters to consumers also. And it definitely matters to us that we are seen in the right manner. Are we putting hard dollars against it? I think that's the question, to be answered. How much do we invest? I think technologies are all there. I won't go into all the details. We have Andy who can say much more on that. But the tools are all there. I don't think it's a huge amount of investment. If things are going more and more digital in this area, or frankly before that, I think it's an investment well worth made.
No, great to hear that. Yeah, I think we have some fluctuations and tech issues with some of our other co-panelists. But Savita, just sticking with you till the others kind of connect back in. I understand that globally Diageo took this stand, but was that also applicable for India? B is that India is very different globally, right? In terms of languages, in terms of regionalism, in terms of content. Majority of the content is in languages which global capitalism or even broader. Do you think that brand safety needs to be very different in India compared to processes, checks, balances, marketplaces like you have your tools, which are more suited for a global audience but may not be suited for India? What's your opinion on that?
I think yes and no. I think some of the basic technologies which need to be to ensure that the traffic which is coming is real. For instance, that's coming from where it aims to be, where we are spending our dollars, fine tuning our targeting, saying this is the consumer who should see it, this is the consumer who should not. I think those basic tools and technologies, at least from what I can see, yes, I think those apply whether global or not. I think what you need to always fine tune in India is for the Indian circumstances of what people can do to ensure that the traffic is not there, right? Which is why I think I mentioned previously as well. There are specific platforms where if for example, if they're not as brand safe, I would almost question why. Because that's like almost a global mandate now. So no matter whether it's an Indian platform or not, you need to have it, right? And to be honest, I think Indian platforms are getting to that stage because we have a billion consumers out there, hundreds of millions on these. I think the platforms are also getting more savvy. I know 2 years back there were platforms we didn't advertise on, but today we do. So they're also investing in it. So I think the responsibility is across for all of us. It's no matter whether it's a brand, whether it's an advertiser, whether it's a platform, or whether it's a regulator. It's there for all of us to look at, right?
No, absolutely. My sense was that, for example, look at a lot of large platforms which most advertisers use, right? For example, YouTube. I think YouTube does a great job, phenomenal job in making sure that, say, for the English language or some of the more Western Hemisphere languages, they have some great protection. Google has got a lot of heat in the last 2-3 years, and I think they've pulled up their socks, and it's great to hear that. My only question was, and Anand, since you're here, maybe I can route that question to you. Do you think that the due justice for Indian languages is in place? Because brand safety is a very linguistic issue, right? I can do abuses in Assamese, and that is a brand safety issue. And do you think that platforms from the Western Hemisphere, for example, YouTube, etc., Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, no longer applicable, but still, would they really be able to understand Assamese as an example? Anand, what's your thought?
No, I think language is a challenge at multiple levels, right? And certainly in brand safety, it is also a challenge because even if you have AI and ML working, it takes a lot of time for them to really be able to identify what is a curse word, what is a derogatory term in the multiple languages that Indians are watching content in. So certainly that is a massive challenge. But I think the truth is that, to my mind, languages come at a next level, right? Today, as a marketer, and it's great to hear Savita talking about how important it is to Diageo and the kind of things that they are doing. But I think if you look at performance marketing today, for example, right? In performance marketing today, even if you're advertising in English, talking to English audiences, it's very, very often, more than not, you will find a lot of performance marketing ads running on objectionable content, on very obviously objectionable content. So I think that to my mind, language is the next big barrier. But I think even in just with English content and English advertising, there's still, I think, while there's consensus in terms of belief among marketers, I think consensus in terms of action is still a long way to go, right? And I think even globally, not just in India, I think we have the Global Alliance for Responsible Media, which has been recently created, right? And this is a group of advertisers coming together, supported by agencies who are now starting to talk to the larger platforms and start creating more importance and more putting the spotlight on brand safety and safe content. But honestly, I think that there's still so much of headroom to grow in terms of just English content. To my mind, language is the next big barrier. I think as technology evolves, there could be solutions that start becoming foolproof. But the truth is that even when it comes to just curse words, right, the slang is continuously evolving. So I don't know whether there's any machine learning algorithm out there, we can keep up with the way people curse each other because that's evolving at a very different pace, right? And more so in the COVID space.
No, actually, yeah. By the way, tech is definitely catching up. In fact, I want to highlight a very interesting case study we rolled out. I rolled out personally yesterday on my LinkedIn. What we saw was, since you talked about performance, Andy, actually brand safety has a side benefit of performance as well, and that's an aspect which a lot of advertisers may not have considered. What happens is that when you're running on brand unsafe videos or content, the click-through rates, conversion rates of that cohort of brand unsafe traffic actually is much poorer than brand safe content, which means that you actually have the cake and eat it too, in the sense that you're already protecting your brand from brand safety, but from a performance perspective, it actually is much more superior as well. So your ROIs no longer need to be linked with only brand safety, which sometimes becomes a virtual goal because till the time it doesn't hit your brand, you feel that it's okay. But the fact that you can actually improve your performance itself by controlling brand safety, I think is a very interesting aspect. I mean, just an example, right? If I'm a guy who's actually going out for adult content, right? Just an example. If I see a baby powder ad on that content, I'm obviously not going to click on the baby powder and let go of the adult content I'm about to consume, right? So that means that your performance in terms of relevancy of brand safety might actually be equally important, and that could be the performance aspect Andy talked about, which brands get benefit out from. By the way, Ashish, are you there? I'm not sure if tech is still keeping you away from us. Okay, maybe not. But Savita, one question for you, and what, as an advertiser, and I'm conscious on time, but as an advertiser, what is your tip to the audience? Do you think brand safety is a key issue which advertisers should deal with themselves? Should it, is it something which you should give to Andy and the agency and say, agency, please deal with it? I'm assuming you're doing a good job with it. Or does it require a continuous audit? Does it require a continuous checks and balances? And the advertiser needs to drive it? Or should the agency just be driving it and the advertiser making sure something's happening? What's your opinion?
Yeah. I think that's a good question. As I think I'll repeat what I said. It's all our responsibilities. If we are putting a chunk of our money as advertisers behind it, it's not just what we believe that the platforms say, because many times we have had the experience of platforms even few years back, keeping some really minimal things and saying yeah we are brand safe. So we actually have a checklist, which is why I mentioned that trusted marketplace. We have a really long checklist of 11 things or something which need to be met. And we actually put all the platforms across, and many of them are a tick on some and not on others. So we need to then we have a hard line. So we usually say unless all 11 are there, it doesn't happen. And then we have to work with those platforms sometimes to figure out what could be ways in which they also don't have to go overboard, but they also ensure that these all come in as well. Secondly, yes, if it's partners like Andy's whom we go along with, we again of course have to do an audit. And sometimes it's not just, we get a third party audit done to see that they are also meeting all of these guidelines. Thirdly, yes, we need to be, I think, as companies also digitally savvy. It does mean investing in the right resources internally also to ensure that the checks and balances are happening at a consistent time, because otherwise it's very easy to say yes, the tick mark is done, but is the work really happening or not? Is it really done safe or not, right? So all three need to happen together. And therefore, and we all need to be really transparent with each other and open that, hey, we are going to audit it. We do believe in it and we do believe in you, but we're all here, to consistently improve the environment. So,
understood. Andy, a question for you. How pushy do you think advertisers are? And maybe, what's your opinion? Has India reached the level of, what we see in US and Europe? Are advertisers, when you're pitching them for new business or when you're discussing your annual plans, are they repeatedly, talking about brand safety, or is it a side note, footnote in most conversations? What's your opinion?
So I think just like all marketing, media, tactics, stroke, let's say focus areas, I think more evolved advertisers, larger advertisers who are now spending a lot more money on digital, obviously for them, the conversation around brand safety is very, very critical. And I think we work very closely with them in order to ensure that we're taking enough of measures to implement brand safety, right? And even among them, there are degrees of what I call is hypersensitivity. There are advertisers who are extremely hypersensitive, and they will, even if it means paying a higher cost per CPM, they will still focus on inventory, which is absolutely safe. And we're continuously testing out new ways of actually helping them ensure that all the inventory we are buying for them is brand safe. But I think there's a range of advertisers, and I think as you go down the spectrum to, let's say, early growth brands, right, who are starting their journey in terms of really building brand and building business, I think there's always a trade-off between efficiency and safety, right? And all too often you find, like I said, on the brand side, you're still able to, because you're largely using the key platforms, you're using, let's say, programmatic, and if you're buying through DV360, there are also already inherent safety measures built in. But I think more on the performance side is where I see that a lot of brands in early stages of, let's say, digital transformation or bringing in more and more digital into their business. On the performance side, I still see a long way to go, right? So I think I don't think it can ever be one size fits all kind of strategy. I think a lot of marketers evolve over a period of time, given the fact that their objectives and their focus is limited initially to driving ROI, establishing the ROI of digital, and then actually starting to talk about more advanced ways of looking at digital, whether it's even using, let's say, moving from fundamentally RNF planning to buying programmatically, or whether it is buying inventory at the lowest cost to then starting to buy brand safe inventory. I think all of these are conversations that evolve over time for the mid-sized, smaller advertisers.
So Anand, I mean, my opinion is, and we've seen a lot of cases where you mentioned that a lot of platforms would have checks and balances in place. I think I just wanted to mention that for the audience that unfortunately that's not the scenario. Like the example I gave you earlier, India is so different in terms of languages, regionalism, content, that a lot of these platforms, programmatic platforms, content, YouTube, video platforms, they really are not able to understand, issues of brand safety at a regional level. And because of that, typically an advertiser, what we see an advertiser doing is that they'll have blacklists, they'll have keywords which they would black out, right, out of their campaigns. They'll have
right,
keywords which they would have blocked out, and that's the only solution which generally advertisers would have in place. Unfortunately, it doesn't work. So the aspect which I wanted to drive for everyone in the audience is, if you just, your brand safety solution is that let's just put blacklist of keywords on my campaigns and assume that everything is going well. The sad news is that that's not the case, because especially for India, as I said, because of regional content, bad words can only work if the platform knows the regional content and is able to link that bad word with that content, right? But if the platform doesn't even understand the Assamese language, how is it going to even figure out whether it's a brand safety issue or not? So those, I think, are issues specific for India, which I think advertisers in India especially need to be careful about. Yeah. And on the last part, and I just wanted to talk 2 minutes on that. I see, especially because of all this, Bollywood issues, all the Tanishq issues which recently come in. I think we can't have a brand safety discussion without raising those. I wanted to take your thoughts. I think advertisers are in a big problem in terms of figuring out, what is brand safe for them, right? The definition of what is brand safe itself is becoming a little haywire these days. I mean, normally you would assume Bollywood to be fairly safe, and now you no longer can take that for granted. So there is a decision part, and then there's an enforcement part. What are your opinions on decision part? How does
look? I obviously look. If you look at social discourse today across the world, right? We are even more and more. You see more countries, including India, are becoming extremely polarized on points of view, not just related to Bollywood or related to, let's say, an advertisement like what happened to Tanishq. On almost every single topic, if you read comments on posts, there'll be a combination of comments which are either positive or extremely negative, bordering on, not bordering on, let's say, being flat out abusive, being flat out threatening. I think the fact is that, yes, I think when you look at brand safety today, the fact is there's so much of content being put out by people with very polarized views. that, how the question that we often ask is how sensitive should a brand be? So let's say there's a brand which has a very well-defined brand safety protocol. But the question is, in today's day and age, how far can we push that, right? Because otherwise you just end up paying all your ads on cat videos, right? To be really, really safe. And I don't know, maybe even then there's a challenge at some point of time. So I think, yes, I think being sensitive is extremely important. But I think in today's day and age, you also have to kind of somewhere, let's say, I think, really take a call and avoid being hypersensitive. But I think that this probably is more relevant to brands which already have a well-defined brand safety protocol. Like I said, I think the
Anand,
larger challenge. Sorry, go ahead.
I think I want to add to what you were just saying, and that I think also sets context to the brand safety charter which MMA has been leading with partners, with members like you, where the idea you are absolutely right, because the idea is to make sure that we understand the local nuances and build on compliance around those local nuances, because what works in India as a market is very unique to India as a market, and hence we've been engaging partners like Infiltrate, we've been engaging marketers to build on certain compliances which can be universally accepted by the industry and which can help the industry really tackle the issue of ad fraud, which is only growing. And now we're living in a post-COVID period, if I have to call it that, where digital consumption is heightened, there is more content, and hence being extremely guarded is becoming very important. And that's why the white paper, which is underway, where MFIT has been enabling it, you all have all contributed in terms of POV, is helping do that. How do you use these guidelines to eliminate or combat ad fraud? And that's the way I'd like to really conclude this discussion. And Dheeraj, if you have any closing remarks, and we can then take it from there.
So my closing remark, I think, is, as you rightly said, brand safety is, every advertiser you talk to says it's a great big issue, it's an important issue. But unfortunately, advertisers simply end up keeping blacklists, and they maintain blacklists, and they feel that that's all that is needed, which is unfortunately not the case. By the way, to allow advertisers, I just wanted to talk about this. We just rolled this out today, a couple of hours ago. I just want to invite everyone. In the interest of making sure that we can contribute to the digital industry, we can contribute to this quarter where Diwali spends, festive spends will go crazy for almost every advertiser. We've actually gone ahead and opened our complete portfolio of tools, completely complimentary for every advertiser and agency. Please go ahead, register yourself, use our tools, check whether you're actually only doing lip service to brand safety, or are you actually making sure your brand is safe. We believe that this is our contribution to the industry and making sure that the industry can take advantage and maybe come at par with the global standards and make sure that they are able to get the Diwali spends with the right ROI and the right performance. So I want to just summarize with that. I think thank you so much for this session. The standards which we've rolled out together with MMA, I think, is something which every advertiser should spend time on, should look at those. I think India was trying to adapt some of the global standards, and with Prime Minister Modi talking about Atmanirbhar India, I think standards for digital marketing in India are important because we are very different from the world. So let's make sure that we are able to have a good Diwali, a good festive season ahead, and digital marketers can take advantage and get out of this COVID mess.
Absolutely. So thank you so much, Dheeraj, and thank you, Andy, for a lovely session, for some insightful POV on on a very, very important chapter like brand safety, which is an important chapter for MMA in India and globally. And we are continuing to develop a lot of white papers and tools which can enable the industry. On that note, I want to say a big thank you to everybody who's listening and everybody who's attended the event yesterday and today. We've had some 35 plus speakers participate. We've had 15 plus sessions which have got rolled out over the last 2 days. A lot of it will be available on our live stream. And if you've missed any of it, you could go check it out there, or you could email us and we'll help you with a link for it. Please remember there are booths in here if you're logging in from the event area, and you can go check out those booths, pick up anything you'd like to, put it in your briefcase, and even talk to any representative you want to in the booth area. I hope you've had a good time. This is an attempt to virtually be able to do what we would have done physically. We are at the mercy of technology, so apologies if there were glitches and you had to bear with it. But look forward to seeing you again, and I hope you have a great evening. See you. And take care. Let's shape the future of modern marketing together.
A big thanks and a huge call out to all my colleagues and local council members and the board of MMA India in making this happen. And a special thanks to Priya Nair, our chairperson MMA India and executive director, Beauty and Personal Care Hindustan Limited, as well as to Bishop Kumar, Chair Emeritus MMA India and Group Executive President, Corporate Strategy and Business Development, Aditya Birla Group, for all the guidance and help. The MMA team, Monica and the team have been tirelessly working to ensure we bring in sessions and participation that would help in this journey of shaping the future of modern marketing. A big thanks to them. In fact, I would urge everyone to contribute to the MMA body and work across different councils, which I mentioned earlier. And it will be a fantastic opportunity where we collectively shape the entire future of modern marketing.
As technology changes, one truth remains. Consumers want their brand communications and experiences to be meaningful and relevant. At InMobi, we understand that driving real connections is easier said than done. Our mobile intelligence and technology platforms provide brands the opportunity to connect with their consumers at every mobile moment of truth. InMobi, driving real connections.
Early 90s, the old heroes were gone and the new ones were yet to rise.
घर में भी लोकल ट्रेन वाली फीलिंग आती है। मतलब ऐसे ही चलता रहा ना, थोड़े दिन में धक्का मुक्की भी चालू हो जाएगी।
आम आदमी पहली बार अपनी किस्मत को मार्केट के जरिए बदलने में लगा।
शेयर मार्केट वाली बात को लेकर मैं सीरियस हूँ।
पैसा तो बनेगा भाई, लेकिन बहुत रिस्की है।
रिस्क है तो रिस्क है। ट्रेडिंग अकाउंट चालू करने का टाइम आ गया। और ये नौकरी? मैं यहाँ नौकरी करने थोड़ी आया हूँ। देख, मैं हिस्ट्री पढ़ना चाहता हूँ। इसमें मुझे जो भी फायदा हो, उसका एक हिसाब का।
शेयर मार्केट को अपनी दुनिया बनाने में लगा था और धीरे धीरे उसकी ये दुनिया बड़ी होने लगी थी।
अब दौड़ना भागना नहीं है, सीधा छलांग लगा। बस लाला, तो आराम से सांस ले ले, हवा का रुख बदलने वाला।
बीएससी के हर जॉबर और ब्रोकर को बता दो कि अभी अपना टाइम चल रहा है। मेहताना राजमा मार्केट मजा।
अर्शद मेहताब लाइन क्रॉस कर रहा है। इस बार मेहताब मरेगा। You kill him in the share market. We will stab him in the money market.
From rags to riches to the dogs.
तेरी धनराशि पे शनि बहुत भारी है भाई।
जेब में मनी होना तो कुंडली में शनि होने से कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता। ये मेरी एस्ट्रोलॉजी।
Creativity lies in all of us. It's what makes us human. It starts with an idea, the desire to create, to solve, to play, to share, to interact. Together we can build new worlds. The freedom to create for all.
I feel like I've given everything I can, but there's just no connection. We've lost that spark. And to be honest, I'm fed up. I told you where I want to go, what I want to do, but it's like you're not even listening to me. I'm sick of waiting around while you try to figure out who I am and what I want. I'm 32 years old. I like going out, running, trying the latest tech. You should know this by now. I just want things to be easy, for you to get me. And sometimes I want you to make some suggestions, do something that surprises me, that shows me you know me. I feel like you're not connected, like you're not seeing the link between all the different things that make me, me. I know it's not always easy to make the perfect connection, but if others can do it, why can't we? Now's the time for us to reconnect.